Let it go in
What up, Nine?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Fuck being rational. Give them what they ask for.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Boy, I'm the one who put in the work.
When I move, it's in a quick rumble. I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. We about to get into it. But before we get into that, let me get it to the chat. King Blackout, what it do? What the business is? What up, Nine? Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Jason, the Ghost Hunter. How it is in Australia, bro. Across the world, man. Appreciate you for tapping in. Appreciate you. My brother, Mr. 33 himself, Mr. Gary Busted Down Brown. What it do? What the business is? What up, Nine? Appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you. So yesterday, we talked about this quote from Nicola Machiavelli, right? And it was actually the end of the quote. So today we're going to tackle the beginning of the quote, right? And we're going to explore it and see how we can make it work for us, man. Because that's what I did. I changed one word because, words are similar, but they ain't the same. So a lot of times when I hear other people's ideologies or opinions and I like it, I look at it and see how it can work for me. Not necessarily how it's working for them, because my circumstances or situations may be different from theirs. So it may not work for me the way it worked for them. But if I can take the concept or the context of what they're saying and apply it to me and, tinker it a little bit, then I can make it work for me. So that's what I did with the first part of the quote. I got an echo. All right, hold on one second. Let me see what's going on. Do I still get an echo? Is it still echoing? Men Tech So, what up though? Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you. Am I still echoing? You good now? Okay. That's crazy because I have it on the big mic. It was echoing. So, oh, I know why. I got the ear. I know why it's doing. I ain't even gonna test it right now, but I know why it was doing it. But if y'all can hear me straight with this, I rock out with this. So, oftentimes I find, people's ideology, concepts, or the way they move in life, and see how it can work for me. Because, like I said, we may go through similar things, but because of circumstances and even situations, we may need to tweak it to actually apply it to make it work. So that's what I did with the beginning. So if you see the thumbnail, it states virtue without canniness is weakness. And I believe that. But the original quote is virtue without cunningness is weakness. And me personally, that word cunning, it hit different from, I like canniness. Applying canniness is more, uh, it fits me more, right? So what does that mean? Well, we know what virtue means, right? Everybody know what virtue means. Virtue is uh, I don't know the word, don't quote me, not word for word by definition, but what virtue is the showing of your moral behavior. Like it's what you produce. It one thing is to say I have morals, but it's the behavior that shows the moral, right? So that's what virtue is. So when we look at canniness, let me pull that up for you. Let me pull canniness up. We know what cunning is, but canniness is a synonym of cunning, but it implies as a different uh share this with y'all. I'll pull up virtue right after this. Uh I'll pull up virtue for you right after this. But virtue is just basically the display of um your morals through your behavior. So canniness refers to the quality of being clever, shrewd, or prudent. It implies a certain level of intelligence and insight in making decisions or judgment. Synonym for canniness includes shrewdness, what? Oh, got a new word, and wisdom, while antonyms include duplicity. You know, I ain't a simple type of guy. You know, I ain't simple, so that ain't gonna work for me. I mean, yeah, being simple ain't gonna work for me. Look at virtue for Gary right now. Yeah, not word for word, but virtue refers to the conformity to a standard of right or moral. That's a co-pilot. Behavior showing high moral standards. Okay. Quality considered moral, good, or desirable in a person. A good or useful quality of a thing. So the behavior showing high moral standard. So it is when you think of virtue is that's it's more of the action that a person does. Because a lot of times anybody we can all say we have morals, right? But what does your behavior display? What do your actions display? Especially in times where it's needed. You know, um, when you see somebody, if you have a high moral standard and you see somebody who is fallen and need help, would you help them up or would you just walk over 'em? If you see someone that's hungry, would you feed them or would you ignore them? You know, so people often say like, yeah, I have high moral standards or whatever, but when it comes time to display, what are you showing? If you see someone getting soaked in the rain and you got a big enough umbrella, would you cover them? Would you deny a person heat if it was cold? You know, um, so it depends what your morals is. Everybody moral compass is a little different. You know, dee 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 dee. The lady of the nine is in the building. What up, Commander? The minister, the fence, the generals, and the building. Stop playing with me. What up, nine? The lady of the nine. So in this case, when we talk about canyons, we're gonna use the aspect of being clever. Um, hold on, let me go back to this. So, like my brother Gary will say, "Well, how? you how are you possibly I'm doing my best Gary impersonation right now. How is it possible that you can have virtuous behavior and be canny at the same time? That don't even sound like it go together. And it don't sound like it go together, right? Especially if we live in that black and white world. It's either one thing or another. Because what I want to show you another definition of canning because it clearly states for your own agenda, right? It's like this is the intent of you being canny because it helps you, right? And my argument will be this: my virtues are important to me, right? They're important to me. It's who I am. And at times in life, right, I was in environments and around people where who I was not valued. So no matter how virtuous I was in this environment around these people, they didn't value it. So I began to question myself: Is this really beneficial? If I'm in this environment and I'm trying to thrive, and these attributes aren't valuable, they're not they worthless, right? I'm just being honest. Like, what do they say? There's no honor amongst thieves. So, like, when you in the street being virtuous, I mean, you gonna get ate up. You get ate alive. You'll find people who appreciate it, but that environment is not conducive. In that type of environment, having virtue, you'll get swallowed up, and it's a sign of weakness, right? People know. Okay, look, he ain't gonna go this far. I'm willing to take it here, and I know he's not, so I can get away with this because I'm willing to go places he's not. And then in that environment, that can cost you your life. If people know, oh, he's a good guy, or if I'm hustling, so if they call me, they know like I'm gonna just try to do the deal and get on, right? They ain't gotta worry about me packing nothing, putting up no threat from getting robbed. They don't. I'm not worried about them trying to set me up. No, so that my virtues in that environment did not benefit me. But like I said, there's people in that environment that I met who I was able, who appreciated those attributes. They appreciated who I was, but it just wasn't the masses. And even though they appreciated me, even it's times where, um, so I'll tell you a story. I had a friend, right? Invited him over, right? He was hanging out with his cousin. I'm like, yeah, bring your cousin over. So they came over. You're a guest at my house, so I'm gonna treat you as such. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make sure you're taken care of. So they had a good time over there. 2 days later, my house get broken in. Guess who broke in my house? Not my friend, but the person he brought, his cousin. Even though I invited him in my house, treated him good, that was a sign of weakness. He's saying, no matter how well I treated him, he seen me as a sucker. Oh, I can get over him. Oh, I can do this and I can do that. And that's how people are. Not everybody. So you have to be intelligent, right? Even clever at times. Because if you amongst people who don't appreciate it and you giving them all this virtuous energy, man, they go gobble that shit up and gobble you up with it. So you have to be clever. You have to show people like, yeah, I'm nice, but I got teeth too. I got teeth too. And you have to be wise enough, because part of the canniness is wisdom. You have to be wise enough to know who is worthy of your virtue and who is not. Because if you give it to the wrong person, they go devalue. They not go appreciate it. They go take advantage of it. They go take advantage of you. So it's not the fact that you change your behavior. is you adapt and you adjust. When people are worthy of it, you give it to them. When they're not, you don't. Me personally, the way I practice it, I just don't put myself around unscrupulous people. I don't. Once I understand it, once I spot it, I don't put myself around them. That's my wisdom. That's my discernment. Part of that definition is discernment. And even the people you give it to, make sure those people appreciate it. Because just as quick as you can give it, you can take it away. This is all these things are tools to be used, right? We think of black and white as one way or another way. Behavior change. You supposed to, if you want to thrive in life, you will have to learn how to adapt. What they call it, code switching. You have to learn how to adapt. In this environment, you can be like this. In this environment, you can be like that. Understand of the form of the environment and be wise enough to know if it's beneficial to you or if it's not. Is it helping you grow or is it stagnating you? That's what all these concepts are for. It's not just one way or another way. It's use it when it's useful. All these concepts are tools. I'm not telling you to change your moral. I'm not telling you to change your virtueness for anyone. I'm telling you to be canny with it. Have some form of intelligence behind it. Because if you don't, your greatest strength to be also your greatest weakness. Oftentimes, a person's greatest strength is their greatest weakness. And I learned that from martial arts. I know someone stronger than me. I know they got more force than me. I can use that force against them. I can use it against them. If a person quicker than me, I just use their quickness against them. Their greatest strength, I can turn it into your greatest weakness. You become predictable. Even with this virtue, people know you're a virtuous person. They know how to approach you. This is how people get manipulated. This is how people get tricked, bamboozled. This is how, because they're predictable. And if you're predictable, a person can actually map your steps. I can lead people easily. And people think they're in control the whole time, and it's really me. Just because I know their nature. I know how they respond to different things. So I can produce stimulants. And with those stimulants, right? Those stimulants will evoke different behaviors from people. And that's how you map somebody out. I'm gonna get back into the book of manipulation and we're gonna talk about that. But that's why it's important to have emotional intelligence. And the most key factor about emotional intelligence is emotional awareness. Understand why you feel the way you feel and what's the stimulant behind it. What stimulated this emotion? Because most people think to feel, the feeling creates a behavior, the behavior creates an action. This is how they map you out. If I can stimulate an emotion from you, I can get an action out of you. Vaughn, what up, though? Bud Files, appreciate you, appreciate you. I'm gonna drop the link. I just wanted to present that concept. Probably gonna do a members live. Well, I don't think I have to. I kind of told y'all how to apply it. Well, we could talk about the application on how would you apply. Whatever y'all want to talk about. Y'all know I just do my little spiel and then, you know, but yeah, that concept, canniness, virtue without canniness becomes a weak. And Nikolai Machiavelli believed that people will take the best parts of you and use them against you. Because especially if we're talking about morals, this is what people believe. A lot of people will not sacrifice their morals. I said some people now, but some people won't sacrifice their morals for personal gain, recognition, admiration. I won't. I won't sacrifice my morals for that. And if a person knows that, then they can put me in the spin cycle. They can definitely put me in the spin cycle. They can use that against me. If a person know how helpful you is, they'll play that damsel in distress just to use you as an ends to a means. They'll use you to do something they don't want to do. They'll put you in harm's way so they won't have to be in harm's way just because they know you will help. That's reality, right? Like I was saying last night, man, I don't really care about how things should be. It don't do nothing for me. We can sit here and talk about how things should be all the time, but you get more, um, in my opinion, you just get more out of life when you see things for how they are and learn how to navigate through it. Life ain't fair. I don't think it was designed to be fair. If it was fair, then where would our creativity, our innovation come from? We need adversity. Adversity is necessary. How often do you see things get forged without fire? How often does things go through a forge process without having fire incorporated? Never seen it. I don't know. I don't know everything. It probably can be done. I just never seen it. So at some point, we just gotta accept things for how they are, and we can come up with solutions to make them better. But what's right now is understanding how it is and how we can make it not work against us, but make it work for us. Because life ain't go be fair. It ain't been fair, and I don't see it being fair in the future. It's just not. So we can sit and complain about it, or we can do something about it. I'm about that action, getting things done. My bad. I wasn't looking in the chat. Said what up the Bud Files bomb. Where's the faith, Gary? I know I gotta re-edit that. Where's the faith, Gary? Yeah, definitely. Donkey Punch the link, bro. I'll be up here chilling, man. I'll be up here chilling. But yeah, I just don't feel that we should give away the best parts of what I ain't gonna speak for y'all. I ain't giving the best parts away of myself to people who don't appreciate it. I learned my lesson, you know, and people may say, "Oh, that's conceited," or "That's just thinking highly of yourself." No, that's loving myself. Not no, not to allow people to take advantage of. That's protecting myself, and that's just being fucking responsible. And look, that's just being responsible. It ain't even. That's my opinionated fact. Play with that concept, Gary. This is my opinionated fact. Right? This is my factual opinion, Gary. That's simply being responsible, right? Not allowing people to take advantage of you, not giving away the best parts of yourself. That's love, loyalty, respect, not giving it away. Let people earn that shit. Why shouldn't they? It's yours. You got to earn it from other people. That should be natural. You know, if we all are willing to earn the most precious parts about one another, that's all of us putting in work, man. And then those people, you feel when people earn things, you feel more comfortable when they have possession of it. When people earn your respect, you know, they done put work in for it. When people earn your loyalty, you know, they done put the work in for it. But when you give it away, it's just like I hope they do good with it. Hope so. You know, I don't really know this person, but you know, I'm just a trusting person. These are excuses we make. Well, that's just my personality. I'm just trusting. No, that ain't trusting. That's naive. Because once you see that you gave them your trust and they threw this and they just threw it on the ground and stumped on it, now you mad at them. What you mad at them for? Most people are like kids. The average person level of maturity is probably that of an adolescent. I'm just being honest. Average person, I believe their maturity level is that of an adolescent. So if you think about kids, when they earn stuff, that's when they take care of it. When you give them stuff, they don't appreciate it because they know you go give them more. And think about people. When you give them your trust and they break it, what they do? I'm sorry. And what's the expectation behind that sorry? That the slate is white clean. When people say sorry, they think, okay, it should just go back to the way it was. The best apology is a change in behavior. I don't care about no word. The person want to show me they sorry, change your behavior. That's what I look for. It's not the word. Words just build expectation. That's all words do. Word build expectation. So if someone say sorry, you're expecting them to be sorry. So now you're expecting to see a change in behavior. But if you never see it, then that sorry was empty. So I'd rather see the change in behavior and then hear the apology. That's action following words. But the expectation is words follow action. But it takes time to see those things. So it's almost a form of conditioning. When people say sorry and keep doing the shit over and over and over, and they keep being sorry for the same goddamn thing, they just conditioning you with that sorry. And eventually you'll be like, that's just how they are. But they sorry. That's how women stay in abusive relationships. And after a while, they be like, well, that's just how he is. Pick my ass and give me some flowers later. It'd be all right. They become conditioned. And right after that condition, what does conditioning lead to? Desensitized. You be conditioned to accepting something to a point where you desensitize from it. So even the virtue of forgiveness, if that's part of your virtueness, you being a forgiving person, you have to be canny with that. Can't just go around forgiving everybody. That's how people manipulate your forgiveness. The best part of you, one of the best attributes you have, because you know how hard it is to forgive. So imagine finding someone. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. Hold on, G. I ain't even hear this. I just happened to look down. My bad, bro. I don't know why it's making that sound.
I don't know. What up, though?
Chilla coming up with the green G. I seen that and then looked down and seen the green G. Like, oh shit. I ain't even read the whole sentence. I just seen. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I just seen coming up, and then I looked down and I'm like, damn, the G green today. And I looked over and it said with the green G, and I'm like, okay, cool. That's
uh, Go ahead,
that's
finish,
weird,
finish
bro.
cooking.
That that just looked weird. That green G looked weird. I don't know
I
why.
know it's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a
It,
while since
it,
I
it,
used this.
man, they better not let me. If it okay, I was about to say I could change your name. If I could change your avatar, I was gonna change that, but I ain't got that type of power.
No, you ain't got that power.
I ain't got
I'm
that type
on
of power.
I'm on an old phone.
I only got demigod power.
Oh, okay,
I ain't got
okay, Hercules. Now
yeah,
we're gonna
I
go
ain't
to
even.
this. We're gonna go to this canniness thing, right?
Let's go. This is the fun part.
This is the canniness thing, right? So you want me to be shrewd and you want me to be shrewd with my virtue.
You don't have to be
I
sure. Sure is just an aspect of cannabis. So it's all about the application. I want you to be
so we
clever.
so you want me to be clever with my morals.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
I don't even know what that means. I'm trying to understand.
I want you to be like, so when you think of clever, what do you think of?
Smart.
There we go.
So how
So
could you be
your
smart with your
moral,
morals?
because in this aspect, morals, I'm talking about the behavior. So how, so even would your morals allow you to put yourself in a moralist environment?
No.
That's you being clever then.
That ain't that's not even being clever. That's just having sense.
That's being smart. But how often do people find themselves putting themselves around immoral people
A lot.
in in immoral situations?
A lot. A
One
lot
would
of the
even
time.
say that's the only time you can actually display your morals. Somebody told me that. Like, well, the only time you can actually display morals is if you're around the unmoral. That's how people see the difference.
So
I don't
is that
agree with
but is that smart or is that natural?
it. I think that's dumb, honestly. You know, I'm older now. Like when I was younger, bro, I would have argued that. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know, I would argue that. People say, well, Jesus went into the slums. Jesus wasn't fucking with criminals and shit. He was fucking with people who wanted to mess with, people who wanted to reform. You ain't see Jesus constantly going to a strip house trying to preach to hoes that ain't want to hear it. No, he might have went and said, hey, look, this is the word. And once he see they ain't received it, he kept it moving. Jesus didn't beg nobody to follow him. Buddha didn't either. Said Buddha gave the message. If you picked it up, you picked it up. If you didn't, he kept it moving.
Yeah, I mean I get it, but I don't think you have to be like smart about it. It's more of it's more I don't even know how to describe it. It's more of a common
Yeah,
sense thing, right? So for example, if I'm a football player, I'm not gonna go and play hockey. It's like two different arenas.
So let
right?
me
So
ask you
I
this:
right,
has anyone ever taken advantage of your morals?
absolutely
Are they still doing it? Do people still do
the same person,
it? People in general.
not as much as they used to, not as
Why
much
not?
as before,
Watch this. Why not?
because they left.
But is it a
They
part of
left.
you that can identify people who take advantage of the shit?
Yes, I
So you
can. I
actually
can.
doing it. So I can actually say you doing what I'm saying innately. You're not consciously thinking like I'm being clever, but once you identify certain attributes in people, you tend to stay away from them. Some people do. Some people don't. Some people just keep indulging in the bullshit. Even though they see all the signs, they keep indulging. But the enlightened people recognize the pattern. They recognize a certain type of behavior. And so innately, because of your experience, now you go run into people who got different tactics and shit, but after you start
Right.
seeing shit, I guarantee you start so you actually doing what I'm I'm saying do.
So what happens if I think I could save them?
That's your own ignorance.
So that's not me being canny then, correct?
Nope.
Is that what sets the trap? Is that what makes me weak?
That forms a weakness. And people can exploit that. If people know you go try
Mm,
and not and they know like, okay, I know Gary go try to help me, even though I don't really need help. I'm just doing the shit because I know he'll help for us person. You run into people like that. They have no intent. They just using you.
mm, mm,
People will
mm.
create circumstances and situations just so you can save them.
So they trying me.
No, they ain't trying you. They using you.
Damn, that's even worse.
I mean,
Ain't
people
even.
like people. Like no, you try somebody when you don't know.
But when you
No, they
know
got a
you,
whole strategy for you. Some people got a
right.
whole strategy for you. They know what buttons to push. They know how to trauma bond. Like if you like people will trauma bond. It'd be people who know a little bit about you, and they create a story, something that'll trigger you, a past
Mm,
experience, and you done overcame it. Now, guess what? I'm gonna help this person because I know how that feels. I know how it is to go through that. They ain't trying to get
mm,
right. They just know how to trauma bond with you. Now they got you.
mm. That's messed up. That's messed
That's
up.
what
Cause
we got
now
to
you,
face in the world. That's
yeah.
what.
Wow.
So it's best to have a strategy in place, like that kindness. Without strategy, is a trap.
Is
So
that
it's
is
best to
that
have
what
a.
it is that what a term your kindness is your weakness? Does it come from that?
Don't take my kindness for weakness. That's where
No.
it comes from.
Okay.
People will exploit your kindness. Your greatest strength will be your greatest weakness. The most
Mm,
profound thing about you will be the weapon of your own destruction if you allow it to be.
shout out to Machiavelli. Commander, you going to HR.
The Grinch
Your
is
Grinch.
green.
Man, Texo, what's the new word you learned? Dang, that's so that wow. But you have to observe it in that manner, right? Because nobody's here to be exploited. So you have to have understanding if somebody's trying to manipulate or abuse the privilege of being around you. So I understand it. I definitely understand this concept. Now, is it easy to put that the concept on display? Who knows? For me, it's not hard for me to say no. I say no in a minute. But for other people that they don't want to, they may feel like they're stepping out of character. And when they feel like that, I guess that's when the exploitation of your kindness will be on display. I mean, be taken advantage of, not on display. It's on display, but it may be taken advantage of because of who you are. You don't want to be caught out of character, quote unquote. So I understand.
And I would say this: if you have intent to be auspicious with your virtue, you must have canniness. You must have it.
So I have to have an alarm, like an alarm system.
You have to have wisdom,
I think that's where discernment should come in. If you have it, if you don't
and
have it, then
that's
you're
a
gonna
part
be
of,
abused.
and that was a part of the meaning of canniness. Is displaying discernment with your
Mm,
decision making. With your
look.
decision making, like I said, like for instance, you ever heard of people? We talking about virtue, right? People
Hmm.
moral. You ever heard of people stopping to help somebody on the side of the road and getting robbed?
Yeah. Yep. I actually seen
Why did
one.
they?
That was
No,
sad
why did why did they get robbed?
because they was being nice.
They was being virtuous. They was trying to help somebody in need, or who they thought. They didn't. They didn't. You just see somebody on the side of the road with their hood up. You don't know if they need help or not.
Right.
And you just open yourself up to any experience at that point.
Dang, that's a random scenario though. You know, I'm just combating all of this because how
No,
you
you
supposed to
supposed to.
know? No, I'm saying how you supposed to know if that person's going to rob you? You just see person stuck on the road.
Well, there's a couple things you can do. You know, first of all, people. Um, this is what for instance, I make sure it's a safe distance where I can get my car and pull off to ask them if they need help. Then I won't allow them to approach me. Always keep a safe distance from people. You don't know what people are capable of, especially a stranger. You don't know what they're capable of, so you don't let
Hmm.
people get right up on you. If you have no means to protect yourself, you got to help yourself first. I mean, at that point, you can pull a little bit ahead of them. You need help? Yeah, what you need? Oh, flat tire? Cool. You got a spare? Yep, go ahead and get it out. Let them do all that work. You don't know how to lift it up? Give them directions on how to do it. See, I'm being real with you, bro. I'm still helping you.
All right. So what if it's a female?
Okay, if it's a female, I gotta peep the scene. And I done
I'm
did
s-
this before, bro. Like
I'm
I done
saying,
seen
what if the
somebody on the
female
side.
robbed me though? What if the female jumps in my car and leave me stranded? She leave me
Nah,
stranded.
why would I leave the keys in the car? And even then, why would I let her approach me to the point where she could either pull a weapon out on me? And I'm gonna be honest with you, shit. I'd have pulled over and helped people. Like I'm just letting you know, man. That I'm packing. I'm just being real with you. I don't know if
Damn.
funny shit gonna happen. I tell people straight up. So if you got any ideas, just know I'm gonna knock your damn noodles off. I let you know I'm willing to help you, but it come with a price if you trying to fuck with me, and that still cost you your life. I'd have had a person say, you know what, bro, I'm straight, man. I'm like, all right, have a good day. I didn't know how to take that. I was just being honest. Like, look, man, I'm willing to help you, bro. I'm like, nah, bro, you stay right there, bro. I was like, I'm willing to help you. I'm just letting you know I'm packing. He like, you packing? I'm like, yeah, man. Shit, the dude just got robbed out here trying to help somebody. I'm willing to help. He's like, nah, man, I'm straight, bro. I'll wait. I called you. Okay, have a good one.
Damn. Leaving people stranded like that?
Yeah, shit. I don't know if he was gonna try to rob me. I'm good. I ain't about to help you to hurt me.
I don't know. I mean, mean, I really wonder if people can put these things into perspective. I think we was talking about perspective and perception and
Perception.
perspective. I wonder if people can put this into perspective to understand why this is a necessity. You know what I mean? I mean, a lot of the time we talk about the duality of a situation, yet in this situation, it's kind of understandable why you don't want you have to canniness. Some people might say canniness might be on the negative side of the duality of the word. It might be deceitful. So it's not that you're trying to be deceitful with canniness. It's just the simple fact that you trying to protect yourself from being in harm's way. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, but I don't like when even when people um like people think being clever is deceitful. I don't think clever is deceitful at all. I just think being clever is being witty. People think black and white. I'm gonna think orange, purple, red, green, blue. I see all in the color spectrum. It ain't life ain't just black and white, man. I mean, it's easier it's easier to understand life if it was black and white, either wrong or right. But human behavior, like I was saying, like logic, like if you look up the laws of logic, they were created to understand things like math, science. This is how they was understanding it. People started applying it to life in general, you know. But even using logic, it makes it black and white. But people behavior is not black and white. Behavior is not black and white because even like when we talk about narcissism, like people will display narcissistic, they will have narcissistic tendencies, but they're not narcissists. And when you further explore, you will understand different things stimulate different behaviors from people. So you take those people away from the stimulants and they a whole different person. So sometimes you can take people out of the environment. I had this uncle, right? On the street, they just thought he was a cold blood killer. They that's how they knew him in the street. Cold blood killer. Everybody was afraid of. I didn't see that side of him. Not until I got older and was in the street with him. Then I'm like, oh shit. But before that, I didn't see that. I'm like, no, Uncle Q cool as hell, man. And Uncle Q always buying me shit. You know what I'm saying? Taking me to work out. Yeah, he pushed me hard. He was in the Marine. You know what I'm saying? Like he pushed me hard, but it was always love. You came on my game, supported me. Made sure I had the sweet gloves when I was playing football. When I played baseball, he made sure, I had my own. I didn't use the school's baseball helmet. He bought me a customized batting helmet. You know what I'm saying? Like Uncle Q kept me fresh. He kept me right.
Hmm.
Always, always loved. Never seen that mean side of him, but when I got older, it was in the street. Then I'm like, oh shit. So you take him out that street environment, totally different person. You put him in the street, totally different beast.
Hmm. So,
So it's
is
different
there is
things that
there a difference
stimulate
between?
behavior. My
Yeah, go
bad. Go
ahead.
ahead.
No, I
No,
was
no,
about
no,
to ask.
no. Go ahead.
No, I was about to ask you: is there a difference between virtue and a persona?
Well, will you give me your understanding of persona?
A persona is something that you want people to identify you with or identify you as, right? So, when you in the streets, your persona is you's a tough guy, but when you at home, you want to be known as, you know, a loving dad or a graceful dad or something to where it is the opposite of the persona of the streets.
So, and you asking is virtue something different?
Yes. Or
That's
are they the same? Is,
They're
is
not the
there a
same.
difference? Is there
They
similarity?
They're not the same. So your persona is what you project for people to perceive. This
Mm,
is how you want people to see you. So your virtues are your morals displayed through behavior, through what you do. So people, you can project a persona of being a high moral caliber person, but who are you when you're not projecting?
mm,
This is just what you. So even when I come on here, right, I'm the word. People know me as the word. You know, so that's my persona on here.
mm,
But I try because what I project normally, like people, I tell people all the time I'm an asshole. I don't know many people on this internet who know me from the internet to be like, yeah, word that asshole. I don't really know many people who say that because I very rarely have to be an asshole. So
mm.
that's not what I'm projecting. But being an asshole is part of my virtue. It's part of my character. That's just me in real life. Like, but I am a lot, and I tell people, and I'm transparent with this because on the internet I can be I have more tolerance over the internet because it's more space. That's the only way I can explain it. It's more space. It's space in between me and people. So there's a couple things, right? Like if
Mhm.
you piss me off on the internet, I ain't about to come see you. You piss me off in real life, I probably smile and I'm gonna fuck you up later. I'm just, I mean, if you, I mean, that's how I used to be. I'm not gonna say I'm like that now. But if you do something to the point where I want to touch you, I'm gonna touch you eventually.
Mm.
I'm gonna touch you. But on the internet, I can let it go.
Right.
It's like, it's whatever. I never see this person in real life. That's how I mean. That's literally how I'm thinking. Like,
So
I never see
literally,
this person in real
distance
life,
of
so I don't
the
really
internet-
give a flying
the
fuck.
distance of the internet will not allow you to be well. It won't allow you to display your persona of who you really are. Is that safe to say?
Oh, say that again.
The distance of social media or the distance of YouTube, it won't allow people to see who you truly are because of the distance of social media. For example, if somebody was to get at, you have an argument and they live in Timbuktu, you're not going to be the asshole because you can just get away from them. So they will never understand that you are being an asshole because of the distance. You'll probably just cut them off or block them or whatever the case may be. So they won't understand that you would be an asshole. So that's the persona that they can't see because of the distance of the person that you're interacting with, pretty much.
Well, let me give a little bit more clarity because I think um so even like in real life, for me to actually feel something, you have to be ill. Like we have to be on the same level, or you have to be above me. That I mean, other than that, I won't care. I just look like who the fuck is you? In real life, I do that. But someone who is close enough to actually do damage to me, now I feel threatened. If I feel threatened, like someone can actually cause disarray in my life, I'm gonna handle that. But if I don't feel like like if some random guy came up to me like you N word, I'd be like, man, what the fuck is you? I don't give a fuck about you. Go have a nice life. I wouldn't care. I'm being honest. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't hit this guy because you know why? I got a ton of shit to lose. But if someone has the capability of actually harming me, which you have to be on my level or above me, then I'm gonna feel some type of way. But other
Mm,
than that, I'd be like, man, who the fuck is you? Unless I'm just having a bad day and need to get some shit out, man.
mm,
But yeah, I'm not gonna put my hands on somebody who ain't worth it. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not even gonna put my hands on people not where y'all can see. I do it in private where where virtue yours. I ain't gonna crash out, but I'm gonna get you one way or another. You gonna feel it. But If I don't feel like the person is ill, then it's like, what's the purpose? I'm
You
only
ain't gonna
harming myself. I'm in a
right. You
lose
make
lose
yourself
situation.
afraid. Right, right, right,
You
right,
know, if
right.
I had to give some context to that, because no, I ain't just crashing out on random people and shit. No, I'm straight.
So the so persona a persona is more of the canniness than a virtue.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's part of the canyon.
Okay.
You know, why you think dogs bark?
Is that a joke?
No, I'm serious. Why do dogs bark? Like, why do when dogs feel threatened, why do they bark?
Warning?
Yeah, they projected intimidation. They want to. They want you to feel intimidated, right? That's why they bark. Now, why won't wolves bark?
Uh I can't answer that. I would presume that they howl,
Well,
not
not
bark.
not when they. If anything, wolves don't make a sound before they attack because they don't want to give up their position. See, the wolves are confident in themselves. They know they go fuck some shit up, and they want to put themselves in the best position to fuck the shit up. And if they barking and howling and making all this noise, they taking themselves out of position.
Interesting,
The
interesting.
dogs ain't trying to really fight. That's why they barking and growling and all that shit. They trying to intimidate you so they won't have to get into the confrontation. Now, wolves about that life, and they putting themselves in the best position to be successful or to be auspicious. There's a new word for
Okay.
it.
That's yeah, that's different. So one is
I'll
a
be a wolf.
one is the wolf is the aggressor and the dog is I guess you want to say the protector or
The wolf is confidence in his ability.
mm,
So I would say the wolf is more. I wouldn't. I don't like the term aggressive. Uh, I just like to look at it like the wolf is more confident in this ability, and the dog is projecting a persona.
ah
Even like now, associate that to people. Why they say the most dangerous people in the room is the ones that's quiet, because you don't know what they thinking, you don't know what they about to do. That's why they're more dangerous than a man screaming and yelling. Man screaming and yelling, that's all intimidation, bro. That's why,
got
like on here, when I hear people getting loud and shit, like I'm like, yeah, I know what that is. Wolf, wolf, motherfucker.
that's a good perception because they always people always say you gotta worry about the quiet one. I don't know why people think I ain't paying you no mind. I just ain't having a conversation with you. That don't mean you gotta worry about me, but I ain't gonna say nothing to you.
Hey, hey, y'all do me a favor. If y'all hit the link because for some reason it ain't beeping and I am not in the house, and put it in the chat or in the back chat and Gary himself since he on the panel with me. I keep looking to see if somebody else hit the link.
Chat, where you at? Let's see. We get into the chat. Oh no, ain't nobody
Yeah, I'd
said
be
nothing.
more worried about the dogs. Like when people got dogs and they just watching you, I'm more worried about them than the ones barking. My
That's
neighbor
that.
got a German Shepherd, and it ain't big as mine, but German Shepherds are big. Well, it came
Right.
running, ran up to me barking. I turned around and looked at that motherfucker. It looked at me and backed off and walked home. Like you just ran. I ain't even see the dog. That motherfucker, I just heard roof roof, and I looked, and it was running up barking. I ain't gonna lie, man. I was gonna stab the shit out of him. As soon as that motherfucker came out, I grabbed my blade, and I'm looking like, and I'm walking towards that motherfucker. And then I went and knocked on him, like, man, y'all dog out, bro. Most people took off running down. I fight dogs, bro. I ain't scared of no damn dog.
Yeah, I hear you,
Motherfuckers
sir.
gonna get me, but I'm gonna get him back too.
I
We
hear
gonna
you.
be
I ain't
going at it.
fight. I'm not fighting the dog. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I would. I done fought dogs my whole. My whole life I had to fight. I ain't gonna
All
say my
your
whole
life,
life,
yeah.
probably about six, and they was all pit bulls. My Rockwaller snapped on me one time, and it was coming at me, bro. Like my my dad uh was messing like picking with my mom, and it bit my dad's face, and I fucking
Oh,
lost it, bro. And I ran, and the dog, me and the dog going at it, it pulled my arm up, bro. I got so mad, bro. I grabbed that bitch and threw it out the window, went in the house, and I had this pretty 4.5 at the time, bro. That bitch had a lemon squeeze on. Man, I went outside. My mom was like, "Go shoot my dog." I'm like, putting this motherfucker down. She was like, "You better not shoot my dog." I'm like, "Just hit my daddy's face." I was mad as hell. Then fuck my arm. I wasn't even looking at my arm. My arm, it nicked me. It was trying to get at me, but I'm a little quick, man. I'm doing martial arts on the dog, bro. I ain't playing. Y'all laugh. I'm dead fucking serious, bro. Man, martial arts bad as hell, man. That Wing Chun, you know some Wing Chun, y'all fuck a dog up, bro. Do some Wing Chun on a dog.
I don't say Wing Chun. You're gonna think it's Chinese food. Stop saying that.
It man.
I'm just saying.
It man.
Yeah, no, I'm really understanding the logic of. I'm doing the best that I can to observe the message here. Virtue without canniness. So in other words, you have to protect your morals before they get abused. That's that like I guess that's the
It,
best way to sum it up.
and that's why I did yesterday's show first. Because you can even replace canniness with be strategical. You know, everything should be strategical, bro. The way you apply things should have a purpose. You know, if you truly being suspicious, you should have a purpose of why you find things. And that just means to do something with the intent of being successful and auspicious. Um, I was waiting for you to ask me, but you never did. So I assumed you knew what it was.
What's that?
For those who don't, that's what auspicious means.
Auspicious?
Hmm.
Oh yeah. I know that's a part of sports. I understand that.
Yeah, they use it often in
It's
sports
an
terminology.
auspicious start. Yeah, I know. I got you. I got you. I'm like I said. I'm just really trying to grasp this thing. But when you go into the what is this? The psychological aspect of theory of Machiavelli. You try
Well,
to you huh?
Machiavelli, yeah, he was definitely uh, it was like philosophical psychology. When I think of Machiavelli, it's like philosophical psychology and philosophy actually work hand in hand.
Do they?
Yeah, a lot of philosophical terms are within psychology.
See, people would because of the way the way they categorize it in a professional aspect, you would think it's two different things.
Mm-mm. All this shit is the same. Even philosophy and religion. That's where you get theology from. The philosophy of religion. All that shit is connected, but it's similar, but it's not the same.
Right. And until the conversation is had, you wouldn't even view it to be the same. But because the conversations are being held and you're listening to understand, you could put the pieces together. If
Well,
you
how did they
don't,
tell me? So,
go
so psychology is the what, philosophy is the why. So when you look at, hold on, did I say that right? I might have said that wrong. Hold on, let me think. No, it's the opposite. Is philosophy is the what? No, why? If you look at humans, why do they do things? It's because of the behavior. It's like the psychological aspect of why people do things is because of the behavior. So that'd be the psychology. What people do, that's more of philosophy.
What was you thinking is the psychology is the psychology is the what was you thinking?
No, I just
And
want because I didn't want to get it mixed up because if you think of what people do, um, like if I asked you or if I asked you like if I say you do something, right?
hmm
And say if you help the lady, right? You'd
hmm
be like, What did you do? You helped the person. Why did you help the person? Because it's the right thing to do." The
mm,
what would be so if you bundle that all together, I help the person because it's the right thing to do. From the psychological aspect, you did it because of your virtue, but the philosophical aspect, you did it because it was morally right. Like it was because it's the this is what we supposed to. A better you is a better us. You know,
hmm
that's the philosophy. Now, if you ask me what a better you is a better us, what does that mean? The better we are individually, the better we are collectively. Well, why is that? Because if we work on ourselves individually, we become better people. And if we put ourselves amongst better people, then the collective is now filled with better people.
mm.
That's the psychological aspect of it. Is all that confusing? I think I
No,
just
it may have started off Bond. Stop looking like that. It may have I'm understanding it. I'm just putting the what's and the whys together. You know what I mean? Like the reason why you did it was what made you look at it as such, and so on and so forth. I definitely understand.
if you look at what you do, it'll be more of a philosophy of of what you did. If you ask a person why, it's gonna come from more of an internal aspect.
And the eternal is more of a
So
psychological.
so the internal is more of a personal, which will be your own personal behavior.
Mm,
Then when we explain things like virtue and stuff, that's for the betterment of the collective of people. That's when it comes to philosophy.
mm.
The why is personal. The what is
The
I
why
don't
is
even know the term right now.
the why internal and the what external.
External. Yeah, it's how it affects others.
Yeah, okay.
That's when you get into trying to explain it. So that's why I say I use all these different. When I'm talking to people on the personal level, now we talking about psychology. When I'm talking to people on the collective level, now we talking about philosophy. That's how I apply it, literally. So like right now, I'm talking about on a personal level. What should you do? So I'm talking psychology. So if I talk like what should we do, then I'm a philosophizer. I make it more philosophy. It makes sense because how our actions dictate how our environment forms. The things that we do dictate how the environment around us forms. So I can be on some personal shit
hmm
and just do things for myself, or I can do things for myself and it still be beneficial to everyone else. That's when we talk about overfilling your cup. If you fill yourself up, it'll pour out. But
Mm,
if people keep just taking from you, eventually you're gonna be empty. You ever see that some at weddings when they had that one champagne glass at the top and they fill
right,
it up and it pour out and fill all the other champagne glasses? That's a
right.
perfect. It's like when I tell people how to be in life, that's the perfect analogy right there. Be like the champagne glass. Fill yourself up to the point where you pouring out and filling everything up under you. Everything that's up under your wing, you are benefiting. from you filling yourself up. Versus if I tried to pour in every single glass, if I take that top glass, I'm unable to use the amount in that top glass to fill every glass up under. I'm not capable of doing that.
Right.
But if I overflow, then I can fill every glass, and I won't be empty.
Mm.
So if you ever heard the concept "help yourself to help others," that's what they're talking
Yeah. Yeah. I got that part. But just the concept of the overflow. I think a lot of, or hope. I would hope that people understand that it's an inside out situation and not an outside in.
about. Yeah,
So
another well-known analogy is the airplane. Put your mask on first before you put everybody else's mask on. Take care of everyone else. You got to first take care of yourself. You have to be that entity capable of actually overflowing, helping everyone else.
yeah, because in order to overflow, you must already possess it. If you don't have it, you can't flow. You can't overflow it. You're still
Hmm.
obtaining. So I get it. Y'all don't mind us if this is going somewhere different, right? We just breaking stuff down in a different format. But
This is really all with the concept. You know,
right. I know somebody be like, wait a minute, we was talking about virtue and canniness. Y'all going all the way to left field. But I'm just trying to branch it all together in different aspects, just to show that it it's working, right? Because if the message is correct, it doesn't matter who's giving you the message. If it's right, it's right. So, and there's no deception behind being right, right? You don't have to be canny to be right. You just have to have the understanding of it being right. So I
and
get it.
see, and this is, I mean, to even understand the concept, people have to be able to understand how things are applied, right? So when we're talking about definitions, right? When you look up the definition of canniness, you see shrewd, you see clever, uh, you see those things. So soon as somebody see that, it makes it black and white. Oh, this means shrewd. No, that's a meaning, not necessarily. That is similar. This is something it can be. So it's all about how things are applied in life, right?
Right.
So if I'm being canny, right, and I'm being an aspect of shrewd, yes, it's true. You know, true is
Mm.
associated with canniness, but also wisdom is too. So what if I don't apply the shrewdness, but I apply the wisdom aspect of it? I'm still being canny, but it's
Oh,
the
that was what I was
application
saying.
which
That's
falls
what I
back
was
into the intent. Why
right.
am I doing this? So that falls back to intent. That's just like when people talk about manipulation. That can be good or bad. It's how you intend to apply it. What's the intent and how is it applied? So if I'm manipulating you for my own benefit, then that's negative. But if I'm manipulating you to your benefit, then that's positive.
Mm.
And you get people, how you think you know what's best for other people? Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. That's just reality. Sometimes you look at a motherfucker and be like, I know what's best for you, and it's not this. So I gotta plant the seeds to try to convince you. I gotta show you that you're a better person than this. I gotta make you believe what I know. That's manipulating. When you do
Mm.
that, you ever have a friend or family member like that, you knew you just let me show them a different way. That's influence. Influence is a form of manipulation.
Right.
But are you not being virtuous? But aren't you not being canny at the same time? Because I'm helping this person, but I gotta kind of trick them a little bit. Got to be a little witty because they ain't just gonna listen to it straight out. So I got to be clever. You see what I'm saying?
You have to
How you apply
manipulate
things?
to
All this shit is
understand.
tools, bro. Like people
Right.
think this shit supposed to be turned on all the time, and it's not. Now you use it as you need. My morals, like unless I need to be moral, I ain't thinking about no goddamn morals, bro. Unless I need to be, then I got it. Okay, well, yeah, this is how I feel. This is how I believe it. But when I'm walking around my house, I'm gonna walk around my house morally good. Like what the fuck? You put my moral drawers on and walk around the house. That ain't how it works.
James, what's going on, James? What's going on? James
What up,
Light Talk.
James? It's like talk with James.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
if y'all hit the link, for some reason it's not um clicking in my ear. So just put it in the chat or the back chat and I'll let you up. It's not if you was in the back and I didn't see you, I apologize. I'm not even in my house right now. I'm standing on my porch, bro. I'm not even by the computer. Or Gary can tell me and I'll come back in and let y'all
Oh,
know. Just
James is in the back.
FYI.
James in the
Okay.
back.
Yeah, just FYI. I should put a ticker up there. Well, I'm saying because like I had Commander in the back yesterday and didn't know she was back there.
You
And
ain't
it's
do
You
just
that.
not
sound a
making
lot
that beat.
better. You sound a lot better now. I don't. You must have got a mic where you can have a mic when you're away from your computer.
Now y'all like my new Timu mic, right? Now y'all like it, huh? Okay.
Yeah, because you
Okay.
can hear you now. When you step away, you can hear you now. Whereas
I'm having a
before,
good
you couldn't
Timu
hear
day.
you.
That's it. Don't James, don't get used to it, okay? It'll be messed up tomorrow. That's just how it works in life. You know, it's the law of, it's a universal law called law of rhythm, and it means sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days. We just go
Oh,
enjoy this good day with the
okay.
That's called balance, sir. That's what it's called. Balance.
mic. I'm just talking shit, bro. What up, though, James? Man, I seen you
No.
on a panel the other day, and I think it was Melody arguing with somebody, and they got dropped off.
Oh yeah, I was on Jess's panel.
Yes, that's
I
what it was. Yeah, yes.
I dropped them off. I paid for them to get off.
Mm.
Dang.
I didn't want them back. I didn't want them there no more. I just said forget it. They're gone. Cause I was Grumple and Grumple was just derailing everything, so I just got him gone. Grumple took it personal though. Mm,
Yeah,
Grumple's
some
out for
people,
him.
bro. Some people just like oil and water, bro. They just don't mix, man. That's just how they is.
Yeah.
So James, tonight, I don't know if you know who Nicola Machiavelli is, but we've been talking about. He got a quote that, like, bro, it inspired me and it helped me so much in life. And the quote goes a little something like this, right? Virtue without cunning is weakness, and kindness without strategy is a trap. And I don't. Do you know who Machiavelli is?
Yes, I do know who Machiavelli is. I've heard of Machiavelli. Yep.
Yeah. So you already know his whole.
Machiavellians.
Yeah. So his whole, like me being, uh, I want to say an appreciator of his work, right? I think
Mm-hmm.
sometimes people confuse and think that he was teaching manipulation, but he was actually doing the adverse and teaching people how not to be manipulated, like how not to be weak to open yourself up to manipulation. So uh, when I heard that, I understood it because I was one of them people who their kindness got taken for weakness. I was one of
Mm-hmm.
them people who morals was exploited, you know. And I didn't understand because I didn't want to change. who I was because I love who I am, you know, but I had to change why. So I had to have some structure. And a lot of his teachings, I don't agree with everything, but a lot of them, I, I tweaked most of them to make them work for me, you know, instead of, you know, um, so what do you think about that? We talking about, I use the term canniness, but virtue without canniness is weakness.
Um, could you remind me what canniness is? Because I don't remember what canniness is right off the top of my head. And I just want to make sure I remember.
Well, it has a couple understandings. It can be shrewd, it can be wisdom, it can be discernment, and it's being intelligent with your decision making, but with the intent to benefit yourself. I think that's a fair definition. With the intent to benefit yourself. Clever. It also means clever and witty.
Right.
Well, if we're using canniness in the sense of being like I guess clever and witty, maybe I think virtue without it being a little bit probably would be a weakness because you need to be kind of clever and kind of witty because of how you can't tell people straight up what they want to hear, but you need to tell them what they hear, but you can't tell them straight up like you was talking about earlier.
Hmm.
So you have to kind of be witty and clever in that sense to know how to tell people what they need to hear, but in a way that they can accept it,
Mm,
but with also being virtuous, because virtuous would imply that you have morals, so you need to have those morals and moral standing
Interesting.
as well to go through life. Because life without morals is not exactly a great life at all. Because it turns into chaos when you have no morals.
You know what
Mm.
this is what I'd be interested in when I hear people moral. I like I wonder like what are people moral? Like because often, you know, we hear morals guidance. But when I see most people behavior, I don't see the morality within the behavior. I'm not saying all the time, but a lot of times, bro, like when people like especially when they say I get my morals from God, and it's like I more or less hear people justify bad behavior versus just displaying morally high behavior, like turning the other cheek. Instead of turning the other cheek, people will justify, well, God told us to judge, or Jesus flipped over the table and whipped people. Like they start saying stuff like that instead of turning the other cheek. Like, so I need to be interested. Like, what are people moral? Like, what is morally right for people? Like, what are they? I mean, people say they got them, but I don't see them, so I don't know how to identify the morals within their behavior if I don't even know the structure. Like when people like for me, I can show you. I show you 42 ideas in my eye. And you can see that within my behavior.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? But when people say they get their moral from God, like where they at? Show me.
Well, I mean,
Like
I
what
get them from the Bible. I can't speak for other people.
like give me three moral standards from the Bible that
Three
you live
moral
by.
standards.
That you live by. Not that's I mean it can be in the Bible. It don't even have to be from a list in the Bible. It can be from a story in the Bible. I'm just interested. I'm just picking your brain right now. I'm not challenging you, but I'm just saying like three moral standards that you got from the Bible. Like I said, it don't have to be the Ten Commandments. It don't have to be the covenant. It don't have to be none of that. It can be from a story in the Bible. You see what I'm saying? Because I believe
Yeah.
a lot of the stories within the Bible taught and show moral behavior.
Well, all of my basis is from the law, the Ten Commandments. As far as where I get my morals from, either that or the Psalms. But do I have to perfectly live by these morals? Because I admit I have shortcomings.
And so even like, well, give us that too. Give us like how you display it, and then give us a shortcoming of one. I'm just interested. I think and like I said, I'm not challenging you. I think it's good for context to like tell people because like when I hear it,
Mm.
like I said, I can't identify the people behavior off the hand unless they tell me. So I'm
Yeah,
just interested.
yeah, I get that. I'm just trying to make sure I have the basis of where I'm answering from because I didn't want to answer wrongly. Well, one thing I do live by is thou shalt not murder, and I try not to hate people. I try not to have hate within my heart. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but I try not to. I also live by thou shalt not commit adultery, so I try not to look at women with lust. But
Mhm.
eh, I admit I struggle like King David did. I struggle a little bit in that area. So, um, and then there's this other one I can think of. What's the other one for a third one? This principle in Psalms. Um, yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head. But the basis of most of my morals come from the Ten Commandments. I try not to have idolatry in my life either. I try not to follow other deities. I try to follow God and what God wants. So
Uh,
I guess that could be my third one.
and that even that I think that's dope because like normally when I pose that question, people feel like I'm challenging them. It's like, no, I'm really asking a question. Like, what? Like people often say, I get my morals from the Bible. Well, what are those morals? Like, and how do you apply them to your life? Like, how
Yeah.
do you display that? Because oftentimes, like when you say, you fall short, bro. I fall short every day with my thoughts. I ain't gonna lie. My actions, I'm a lot better, bro. I'm a lot better. But my thoughts, oh, I fall short every day.
Oh yeah, my thoughts is where I struggle the most. My
My
actions I don't
thoughts,
struggle with as much. I mean, I do every now and then falter on my actions, but generally
Yeah,
it's
we
my
all gonna
thoughts.
fall short. Absolutely.
you
Because
said
just
what, Jay?
imagine, I said we all gonna fall short. Absolutely. Like, just imagine if you trying to heap coals on somebody's head for being polite, right? If you do that all the time, you there's it's hard not to be angry. If you was to do it, you're pretty much eliminating anger. But that's not a to me. It's not a human thing to do, right? Because you just turn around and say, "Man, fuck this shit. I'm tired of that, right? And then now you have an angry side, and sometimes that may take a little bit longer to get rid of because you've been so kind and gentle that once it's out, now it's hard to put it back into its uh proper place to have balance, right?
Yeah.
So you know, of course, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna fall short when you go to come to things like that, right? Just like when you have to honor people, like when you honor your parents, so you can
Parents,
have,
yeah, that's
you
another thing I try to live by. I try to honor my
know what I
parents
mean?
best.
But sometimes you can't honor them in the way that you think you can because there's a understanding that sometimes that's not the proper place to put it, right? So your parents might tell you, well, don't put your hands on somebody, and then you just turn around because of the said anger, and now you put your hands on somebody. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna fall short a lot of the time because of the predicaments of things. So so the goal is to, if you live that way, it'll be seen more times than it's not seen, right? It's like 9 times out of 10 you can see, oh well, he's a honorable person. How? Because you might hear them say ma'am or sir, or they may
Hmm.
hold the door for somebody, or they may check on that person that doesn't have, with that doesn't have, right? But it's the
Yeah.
of your everyday walk is to show if you are living that virtue that you are putting on display, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's doable, but it is it consistently being challenged? I would say it is.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can't always check in on everybody and things like that because you know so many people in your life.
Right.
And you try to check in on them as much as you can, as perfectly as you can.
And the perfect example of that is when you, the individual, right? You know that they're strong people, but you don't check on them because you think they have all it you they have it all together, right? Like you ever met the person that nah, I'm good, but if you was paying attention, you hearing their voice, they're not in that good space that they need to be in, and that's
Yeah.
because you know, we fall short of the observation or the discernment. Like, all right, we just think they're okay, so they said they're okay. We're gonna just take them at their word. But in the meantime, they may be going through a situation. You know, they might an anxiety attack might be coming over their mind because they're going through a situation. We don't know, but the only way you would know it is you are consistently around that person, and that person, you know, well, you don't sound like you're okay, right? Because you know the tones of the individual that's saying they're okay, right?
Yeah.
So
I
those are
get
the
you.
things. Those are the things that you know you may fall short of, and you know there's nothing perfect in the world, but the consistency will keep you striving for it, even if you know you won't be perfect in doing it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The
Yeah.
progression, and that's why I say progression over perfection because if you're looking for something perfect, you may not reach that, but you will see the progression or the change. I ain't gonna say change. You'll see the improvement, especially if it's consistent. That's what you will notice, and you use that for inspiration.
Yeah. You will. Yep.
And then the crazy part is, right, even when you are consistent of that, it may make you, even if it's not your intent, a fisher of men, right? Because your consistency
Mm-hmm.
is like, okay, you become the example. And now that you become the example, someone may want to follow you because of the example that you are exhibiting. So, you know, those are the three that I try to like uh profile the most. I don't I'm not going to say that I executed, you know, excellently. I just do as much as I can.
Yeah. But you have to remember also to look at the positive more than you do the negative of your actions. So that way you can grow more. Not to say you're not gonna look at the negative, but you need to try not to look at it as much as the positive. You look at the positive more.
Like, see, for me, right, I ask for the assistance because I may not see the negative. I may just be only
Mm-hmm.
focused on the positive, right? So if you know, I tell people all the time, if you see me doing something wrong, or if it's not, if it don't seem right, go ahead and ask the question. So you know, you may be putting me onto a situation. You may be helping me to sweep up the situation before it gets dirtier. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
those are the type of things that you know because you're in it, right? But you know it's always a different view from the outside in because you're in it. You can't see what's really outside or the perception of what's going on outside of you because you're in it. So you
Yeah.
always need that assistance.
Yeah, I got you.
So yeah, those would be the three that I picked. You know, like I said, sometimes like even this conversation could either lead somebody into an understanding, and they may want to add to it, or they can just be confused and walk away from it. Right? But
Yeah,
either way, it's setting an example one way or the other. You just hope that it's setting the right example instead of the wrong one.
yeah, that makes sense.
Word, you good?
Yeah, I was
Uh,
just thinking about something. I was thinking like, should I fuck with him or should I not?
Go ahead.
I don't feel like it right now. I'll fuck with you later. I had already decided not to, so I gotta get in the mood to fuck. I'm not in the mood to fuck with you right now. I was earlier before I thought about it, but
Yeah, and telling us kind of ruins it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I thought you was trying to get some
But see,
type of vengeance.
that's the thing with Gary. He always know like anything I say is potential to fuck with him. It's just
I thought
funnier
you were
when
trying to get some get back. Yeah, that's why it's funny because I thought you trying to get some get back. Because I know you like I already like he know what I'm saying, but he trying to act like he don't know what I'm saying. So I'm gonna get his ass back. So I know it's past an hour. I know it's petty time. So I gotta watch you.
yeah, because I can't see, so you gotta watch.
just look. I keep telling you, just because you can't see doesn't mean you can't observe.
Oh right,
People don't even understand that concept. I'm telling you, people think if you observe, you got to do it visually, and that's it. It's more to it than
right.
that.
People are so fucking weird to me, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. The more like I like it better when I don't know people's intent and I can imagine it because I'm always kind of like I guess graceful when I see people do certain things, but then when I learn why people think the way they think, I'd be like, God damn, bro, we fucked up. I see why the world is the way it is. Like people, it when I first started saying that, like I don't put myself in a box. I didn't know. I thought a lot of people did that, but people say it and then put themselves in the box, and I'd be thinking like, but the boxes are comfortable. It's comfortable to be in the box, and then I had to understand that. But nothing that makes sense to me makes sense to people, and nothing that makes sense. Like I don't like once I see what things have to offer. I'm trying to say it the right way. But once I see what things have to offer,
Hmm.
then I understand the benefits of it, right? So I don't see a benefit of putting yourself in a box besides being comfortable. But being comfortable, what does that lead to? Rest. That's what, so even that, being comfortable, that's not something that should be turned on all the time. That should not be something you seek consistently. It should be used to rest. Like when if I'm like right now, I'm comfortable, I'm chilling on the couch, right? I'm resting talking to you. But that should not apply to me as far as status in life
Hmm.
because nothing grows in an uncomfortable. I mean, in a comfortable state, nothing grows. Everything has to go through adversity to grow.
Oh, adversity brings diversity.
Everything has to go through it to grow. Anything in life, you can't name one thing in life that does not have to go through some form of adversity to actually grow. Even think about you. For you to make it, bro, you know what that sperm cell that hit that egg had to go through? Do you know what that egg had to go through? The egg is constantly repelling shit within the body because the body is trying to kill it because it's a foreign object.
Dang.
Some women die because their body rejects it, because
Right.
their body kills the egg, and they got to get a special shot.
Mm.
Wow.
I was thinking of something that doesn't. What was the question? What doesn't grow? What was your
What
question?
grows? What grows in a comfortable state? What grows with no adversity? So, I mean, think about
Stagnation.
your muscles. Who?
Stagnation. Stagnation.
Stagnation. I couldn't say stagnation grows.
What you mean?
Like,
Stagnation is a decline,
yeah. So
not a
I
growth.
couldn't say, so, but even the concept of stagnation has no properties of growth for
Okay.
it to grow. But now I understand what you're saying. Like, the more are stagnate, the more you decline. But you know what
Right.
I'm saying? So it's still
Right.
technically not a growth.
Right. That was the point. That's why I said
Yeah.
stagnation. You're absolutely right. Because if you say stagnation kills dreams, it's a death. It's not a growth. It's like you
Yeah.
said, a declining and not an incline.
It's like,
Yeah.
even if you think about muscle, right? You got to tear all the old muscles to form new muscles,
Yeah,
Mm.
you know?
that's really what happens when you work out. Yep.
And and if you think about any plant, it starts from a seed that's in the
Yeah.
ground. So it has to not only bust out that seed, but it has to fight through the dirt to the top to get the sunlight. So all
That's
this
Right.
is adversity. You see what I'm saying? So that one
yeah.
little seed can turn to this big ass tree because
Yeah.
it fight. And then think about it, even when it's a little tree, it's going through storms and shit. You know, it could be ripped up. So we got to
Oh
fight
yeah.
through all that. Us as
Got.
kids, right? Is we
Mm.
like a lot of people who, I'm not just gonna say the hood, but even the backwoods, it's tough and it's rough. You know, we
Mm-hmm.
go through shit. We go through adversity as children
Absolutely.
to become adults. We gotta fight to become adults. Everybody don't make it, bro.
Absolutely. But
Absolutely.
that's the while you were saying that I was thinking about faith, right? Because just imagine if you don't fight, your faith doesn't grow. Like if you don't fight in your relationship, your faithfulness don't grow with that individual, right? If you
Mm,
if you if you don't if you don't see the growth, you know what I mean? It won't even bud out. Your faith won't even bud out. It'll just be killed. You see what I'm saying? So
yep. Yep.
Right?
Yep. Yep.
I ask people, what is faith without having to show it? Like,
It's
what is
nothing.
faith if you don't have to use it? And
It's no.
man, what is her name? Mrs. Lynn, is it Lynn Bias? Is it his mother? Doe Eyes got a video, an interview, I believe is Lynn Bias. Because didn't his brother die not too long after he died?
you talking about Len Bias, the basketball player?
Yeah. Didn't his brother die either before or after he died?
I think it's right out. Oh shoot, I think it was after.
Yeah. So his mom was doing an interview with Doe Eyes, a YouTube content creator. And I'm sitting there and I'm listening to her and I'm like, oh my goodness, like this woman. Like that was like so amazing to me because she lost both of her sons and she said she was in the darkest place in her life. And then she felt like a seed sprouting. Like she had a new life because the pain and loss from her losing her kid gave her the strength to do what she's doing now. And that's helping other people. You know, she became I want to say a counselor, maybe a psychologist, don't get me wrong. But she do a lot of she a bad woman, man. Lynn By's mom. She a bad woman, man. She go around helping. She got you know, what is that? Honorary PhD in
Uh huh.
psychology. I think she is. You know, she got her. I think that's she got an honorary PhD in psychology, I believe, or in something. I know she got an honorary PhD. I believe it's in psychology. Don't quote me, but she go around. She got a nonprofit organization. She counsel people. You know, but that pain, that hurt, because she didn't understand why, but she said it was her faith. She said that mustard seed grew into what she is now. That one little
Mhm.
mustard seed of faith she had grew because of what she went through. She said if she never went through what she went through, she'd never be doing what she's doing, and she'd never be what she is. She said she
Absolutely.
had to. So that's how she accepted losing both of her sons. I couldn't imagine that, bro.
I can't either. And
You know
even
what I'm
when,
saying?
yeah, I can't imagine that because even when you live through it, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
like in my own personal life, right? I told the story. I outlived my dad and both of his brothers. They none of them reached 40. I reached 40. So it's like, how the hell did I do that? And I used to ask my grandmother, how did you go through that? And she's like, well, the only way I went through it is because the love I had for them, I gave to you guys. And I'm like, and that's where my logic comes from. It's like, okay, if you lose somebody, you give the love to the next person that's in line. So if you lose a sibling, if they got kid, you give that love to your nieces and nephews. And I apply that in a way it helps that faith develop because you feel like you doing something that person would have wanted you to do out of the faith of it, out of the faith and love of that individual. So you keep on doing it and doing it and doing it, and when you see it blossom, they'll return it by, you know what? I appreciate everything you do, this, that, and the third and the fourth. It's not, sometimes it can be thankless, but the fact that you're doing it is because of the love and faith that you had in the individual that you lost.
Still there, James? I was gonna let James talk.
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening to y'all and I'm messing with my headset here I got today.
Okay, we
But
got
that
new
that's
headphones and T-Move. That's nice.
but that's one of them things. One of them tools, people can use because it ain't no playbook when it comes to losing a loved one. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So I'll, I'm al- I'm always interested to hear because I know I got my little ways or techniques. What I guess you call it coping mechanism. I don't like calling it that. I just think it's just the way I look at life. But people be like, "Oh, that's a coping mechanism," and I'm like, "Okay, you know, um, if you say so." But I don't. I just think that I look at life, bro. Like I have to process the loss first. Like I have to accept it. Like they not here. And then once I do that, it's kind of like once I accept, that's the hardest thing for me personally. Like when I lose someone, like damn, they ain't here no more for real. Like I can't call them. I can't see them. It's like especially like now that I'm older. Like when I was younger, like I lost a lot of friends when I was younger, and it was like because they're in the street, but like my three cousins that I lost, it was like all unexpected, and it's like they my age. It's like these people, like I'm really, really like I had them through all those other losses. Even my grandma, losing my grandma, I had my cousins. You know what I'm saying? Like I had them even through those, but now I don't have them. So it's like, what do I have? So that was the hardest part, accepting it. But once I did, it's like I still have the memory, like the experiences I had with them. And for me, like the when people passed away, what hurt me the most was if we was on bad terms or If I didn't have those memories, but now that I got them, it's like like anytime I get sad, it's like a funny moment pop up. Like
Right.
especially with my mother-in-law, man. Like my wife be like, my wife, that's her mom, so that shit hit her hard. So every time she say I miss my mom, it's like innately, bro. I just start telling her. So I got so many. I only knew her for like 7 years, bro. I got so many fucking. I spent so much time with her. I got so many
Right.
stories. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And then when I start telling the stories, she start laughing. So now she not even sad no more. She be like, "Yeah, that's what my mom used to do." I tell her because like my wife, mom, she didn't drive, right?
Mm.
Um, so I used to come pick her up and take her places. And I'd just be kicking it with her, hanging out. And she'd be telling me, stories about when she grew up in Iraq and like when she first got here. She'd be telling me all these stories. And like even when I'm out with her, it's like you see this big black guy with this little Middle Eastern lady with a walker. Right? So people used to look at us funny. And
Like,
she
what
used to
the
cuss people out. And it'd be so funny because she'd cuss them out in her language. And then people would be looking, and then I'll look at them, and then they'll look away. And she loved that shit. But she could say whatever the hell she want to say. Ain't nobody
hell?
gonna. Like, man, she'd be saying, I'd be like, "Mom, what that mean?" She'd be like, I ain't gonna tell y'all the phrase because I might want to use it. But
Right.
I ain't gonna tell you what the Middle Eastern, but I'll tell you what it means. It means like your mother gets your mother uh get ass banged basically. That's what it means. Like when you translate it, it's like your mama get ass banged. And there's another one. Uh, what is it? Your father has no balls. Like that's it's like an insult. Like saying you have a
Right.
ballless father. Like your father has no balls. Like no testicles. Like literally mean your
Right.
father has no testicles. And then another phrase is what it translates to is your mother fucks goat. Like that's
Oh.
it's that's my favorite one. Yeah, that's my
Uh,
favorite one. But
yeah.
yeah, she used to be cussing people out, and then they'd look at her, and then I look at them, and then they'd be like, "Oh shit, like I dare you, motherfuckers, to say something." She can say whatever the hell she want.
But that's the comfort of becoming, the comfort of developing that relationship, right? You get the joy, you get the peace, but more importantly, you get that faith of, I could really be around this person and be myself, right? That's why, you being married, you can attest to this, right? Sometimes you can do the silliest things, and it'll break your wife out of a funk, right? Like she had a long day, you just do
Oh,
something
shit.
goofy, and she'll turn around and say, "You know what? I needed that. I appreciate that." And you do it just off of her look or off of her energy. You'll do it just to distract her from the long days of work. You know what I mean? So that's just like I said. That's just the development of time of knowing a person that you want to be, who you want to be in their life for a long period of time. In this case, it would be your marriage, your family.
I get on. I know I get on my wife's nerves. I don't do nothing but fuck with her all the time. You can't even be sad around me. I don't think you sad. You gonna laugh today. You know why? Because we live in. I live like that for real, bro. I live like that for real, bro. And then when I'm sad, people be like, "Oh shit, what we gonna do?" I can't. My wife get mad at me when I get all sad and shit. Why you gonna be mad at me and I'm sad? Like that shit weird, bro.
Yeah, but like I said, it just be like that. You know what I mean? You just develop that seed. When you plant that seed of faith, you want it to blossom into something. And you don't even need a whole lot of faith. But if you use it enough, it'll develop itself into a large specimen of whatever it is, or to whoever it is it's supposed to be going to. But everybody don't understand that. They think you need a whole lot, but you don't. You just need the seed itself. That's why they say even as small as a mustard seed, right? If it's that small, it still could develop into something huge and accessible, and it works. It's the value of that plant is a necessity in your life.
Hey, can
So
you hear me?
yeah, now I
Oh wow,
can.
I'm in the basement. I'm in the basement. That's kind of dope.
Okay, Timu, doing big things.
I'm just having a good night, man. I'm just enjoying. I'm just having a good night. But
That's that's a
I even say like my faith grew into me knowing. It's like the
I
more
think
shit I went through and overcame, I just know like whatever I go through, I'm gonna do it all right. I just know that now, right? Because I have so many experiences.
oh shit.
I went through so much adversity to the point where it's like I'm comfortable with this. That's what I'm comfortable with. Fucked up shit. Like it's just gonna happen. And then like when you look at life, man, like you like in working not just only to myself, but just working in the hospital, bro. It's like
Mm,
I see fucked up shit every day. Like for the last 15 years, I just see fucked up shit every day, bro. Shit
I
that
see.
you don't even see on TV, bro. Like
Right.
shit you don't see in movies. Like, damn, that shit really happened. Like you, like somebody really did that. Like I didn't see it with physically my own eyes, but I know a doctor and a nurse, and then my wife. Like my wife seen it. But and this is some fucked up shit. It was like this grown man came into the ER with a trench coat on, and he said he needed
Mm,
coat. And when they opened the coat, he had a child attached to him.
wow.
And I'm talking about attached to that part, like uh, yeah, like that shit really happened, bro.
Mm,
And it's like, what in your like, what you don't think no, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit,
but yeah,
like
then
you
you went
know
to that
people,
hospital.
yeah,
Wow.
like that action even occurred for this to happen. That's what blew my mind. Bro, you going to hell. Not only you going to jail first, but you definitely going to hell. You definitely
Yep.
going to hell.
Hell might be hell
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah, some crazy things happen, man.
It's just amazing how things just out of the unknown, the out of the unbelievable things just occur. The improbable
One of
become
the
possible.
Yep.
one of the craziest things I seen was this dude walk in. Well, I don't know if he walked in. I came in when he was. Oh man, I left my damn coffee cup outside. So I came into the um, recess area after he got there, but this
Hmm.
dude had a fucking hatchet in back of his head, bro. Like in his fucking skull, talking like it's normal, like just having a regular talk. Oh yeah, pissed her off and she took a hatchet to me. Oh, and then he turned. He had this big ass knife in his shoulder, the back of his shoulder. I'm looking
Mm.
like this dude got to be on some fucking drugs or something. 'Cause ain't no way in hell, or he in total shock. Like there's like no way in hell you're sitting here having conversations with people, and you got a
I think,
fucking hatchet in your head and a blade in your shoulder.
I think you told that story before about that.
Yeah, I
If
did.
you seen that, because
Yeah,
I'm thinking that sounds familiar.
I told this story. I think that's probably my third time telling that story.
Dang.
Yeah, that's probably like the wildest, craziest shit I seen. I see. It's not funny. I was thinking the cartoon part when I laughed. Like you know how you see like motherfuckers get ran over in cartoons and they be flat.
Right. Yeah.
I
Mm,
seen someone leg like that, like real, like they thigh was fucking flat. Like, and I'm
dang.
looking like, oh shit, how did that happen? Like that shit is like you look like I seen broken bones and all that shit, bro. No, this dude's leg was flat, both legs across the thighs. He got ran over by an 18 wheeler. He was a homeless guy, and the truck was backing up and ran him over. I guess didn't see him. I don't know. Um, I actually forgot how he got hit, but uh, yeah, his legs is flat, and we got what they call a rapid tourniquet above it. And the doctor was like, "It ain't nothing we can do. Like all his major blood vessels was busting his legs. It's like
Mm.
you can't repair this.
Dang.
Like it's nothing. Like you can't do shit. Even at that point, an amputation, uh,
Would have meant nothing.
amputation would have helped him. He was already, yeah,
That's that's just wow. That's a
doctor
lot
said
to
if he,
take. I tell you that.
doctor said if he would have got there sooner, they probably could have amputated and helped him. But he was too lost too much blood and too much circulatory damage done already. So we, yeah, I mean, his body was trying to stop the blood, so it started clotting a lot.
Mm. That's just whew. Just
Bro, I done
like
seen some fucked up shit. I done seen people came in and impaled and shit.
so, so let me ask you this question then. Do you think do you think that gaining faith is it confirmation? You understand what I'm asking you? Like when you gain faith, is that confirmation or do you think it's validation?
I don't think it'll be validation because that's something internal. I mean, I
Mm.
don't think nothing can really. Like people. I also always you like I can't like the concept of belief to me is not thought, it's felt. So like faith is something you feel. So gaining it, like true faith, I don't think you can gain. I think it'll be confirmed, more validated, unless it's false faith. False faith can be validated, I guess.
Mm. Like when you get the true I when you get the trueness of the experience that helps you gain faith, and for me that could only like confirm that you on like the right track. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do, right? Like if you look at your channel, right, and you see like a new person comes, at least two to you get two to three new people every week. For most people, they might not say that don't equate to nothing. But just to understand, like if I get two or three new people a week, that means somebody is actually understanding what I'm saying, and when because of that, it is confirming that I am doing something correctly. It's not about validating me personally. It's about confirming what the message is being perceived as. Just that the
You-
message.
And this is just a note on the sub. Do you know I have lost more subs than most people have?
I don't. I.
Rather, rather lost more subs than most people have. But
Oh yeah, I could. I
I,
probably. I.
I lose a
I. I
couple.
could see that.
I use tens to hundreds of subs monthly. That shit
Say
crazy.
what? You said
Yeah,
tens of hundreds.
I at one point I had 35K, man. I went up to 35K. Now I'm at 32.
Mm.
But my channel blew up not because of my content, and I'm always honest with you. Anybody who's been fucking with me can never say I lied about this. My channel blew up because when they started that green screen, I was it was funny to me. I was green screening. You know how you see people watching that you see the quick person face in the video and they watching the video. I green screen. It was a video with a cat face and a dog. Man, my shit shot up to like 30. I gained over 30, 32K. I mean, I had like 2,000 before I hit that. Before
Mm.
all that started, before I blew up off that video, I had like close to 2,000 without that video. But I gained like 33K off of that video. And a lot of them was from like, and it was like Asia. And I think a lot of them, either they unsubscribe or YouTube unsubscribing from my channel because they probably ain't, if you ain't active on the channel, they're
Yeah.
unsubscribing sometimes. So I think that's just what why my sales keep dropping. But I
Yeah, that's like.
gained just, I mean, I didn't gain as much, but I did gain probably another 1,000 over this last year of like new subs. Close to 1,000. I'd say probably about 800. So I know I gained like a healthy 800,
Mm.
but I done lost thousands of subs, but within a year.
I can't even get.
Mm.
I can't get the 500. I ain't at 500 yet. So you lost
That's
that
a
many.
struggle.
You got me beat.
But
Yeah,
it's
but
a it's a it's a
yeah.
whole mess. It's a whole. It's like you have to enter a certain niche. Like you have to like plug your channel or something like in a certain field, and then that's how YouTube knows how to put you in and what algorithm to put you in. Like that's
Mm.
why I always say, and it's not only what you type in your description, but is also what you say. Like YouTube monitor all of this shit, bro. Um,
Mm.
so it's also what you say. They put you in a certain category because, like, even in Google, bro. Like I'm looking now, what I'm associated with a lot of metaphysics. I'm associated with a lot of self development and behavior or psychology. That's what they associate my channel with. When I look and see where Google suggests me from and like videos, other videos that the viewers, those are the area of metaphysics, psychology, and uh, it's I think it says behavior, but that's where they put me at.
Mm. I don't know where they gonna put me at. Frankie Blanco, what's going on with you?
Frankie B.
Like I said,
Hello, Frankie.
it's just a it's hard to explain, but the fact that, like I said, if you get to reach them those little numbers is the little number is majestic for me. You know what I mean? And that's what keeps me going. Right? I'm not saying that I don't want to strive for the big numbers, but if the message is right, it's more important than the numbers. For
Yeah.
other people, it
Well,
may be.
I'm gonna say this. I I I'm gonna speak from my own personal experience. Right.
Mhm.
I used to say the numbers don't matter, but my purpose on here, the numbers do matter, bro. Like the numbers matter is the numbers show how many people has the potential of even receiving the message. Like to get to one person, you might have to reach 100. Just to
Right.
get to one. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So I mean, I think a lot of times, like I'm gonna just speak on me. I noticed I kind of tricked myself out of not caring about the number, but that also the way I approach what. doing this, um, I don't want to use the term aggressive, but I wasn't as creative when I
Mm.
didn't care about the numbers. But the more I care about the numbers, the more creative I get with the message, and that's only better in me because I'm able to articulate myself different to reach different people. If my intent is to reach people, then I mean to reach people to help people, then I'm not going to be able to reach everyone the same. But I just felt like when I didn't care about the numbers, I wasn't as creative. I wasn't as like my intent wasn't defined. Um, so I'm not gonna say the numbers don't matter, but I'm not gonna crash out for the. I want the right numbers. So I got to, you know what I'm saying. I don't want a bunch of people in here just thinking I'm about to be beefing, yelling, and screaming, and it's just chaos. And that's why that's not what I'm not trying to reach those type of people. So it's not really all about the numbers, but the numbers are important. The numbers are confirmation. I say it like that.
Okay, I agree with that.
I use the numbers as confirmation that reaching my objective.
I'll go
But
with that.
if I wanted the numbers to display validation, I'd be doing all the unscrupulous shit. You know, if I was
Yeah.
using the numbers as validation, then I would be putting the numbers over the message or the purpose, really.
Right. Commander, go to bed.
Mhm. Gary telling somebody to go to
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? You about to go to bed. You think you slick.
I am in a minute.
I
I am
know.
about to take my sleep in a minute.
Yeah, you getting all comfortable. You think I ain't hear what you saying. I'm getting comfortable on the couch. You about to pass right out. I'm about to help
And
you.
I've been up for the last 20 minutes. I done went
I,
downstairs, put the clothes
you
in the
went to the
dryer.
basement, all that. Yeah, you know why? Because you was getting too
I'm in the
comfortable.
kitchen right now, getting this ice
Hmm.
cream ready.
Yep. You about to go to sleep on a milky stomach. Okay, I hear
I'm
you.
about to do something unscrupulous to this ice cream. Amanda, I'm, I'm about to get unscrupulous with this ice cream.
And you don't want to delineate about it.
I'm about to
Don't
eat this ice
delineate.
cream through straw. What y'all know about that?
I don't know nothing about that.
Like smoothie. Got my
Commander's probably
strawberry
back.
ready.
Let's see. Up there go Commander. She's getting tired. She said, "Oh my." What you trying to say, Commander? Oh, you trying to tell me it's time to get off? Okay. Gotta listen to HR. HR trying to save my job.
My. That ice cream was good.
Yeah, he better start singing. He tired. He tired. I'm tired too, but I just came up here to bother him. It worked a little bit, but he trying to get himself back with his ice cream. All because
Mission
your
completed.
virtue is can your virtue without canniness is weakness. That's
Weakness, and you will be exposed. What is, I got like it is part of a creed, right? But I got tattooed on me. Pain is weakness, and the concept behind pain and weakness is this: the things the things that hurt you, people will exploit it. So that's why I got that's the meaning of that concept tattooed on me. Pain is weakness. So that just reminded me never to show pain. And my weaknesses will never be shown. I don't show what hurts me when people can't afford it.
I guess. I, I ain't even look. I ain't even got it in me to disagree right now. I ain't even got it. I'm staring here looking at this green dot. It means G means go. Go to bed. I might take it up on
do
that
you
off.
do
Who's
you
that?
like being vulnerable with people?
What do you mean?
Like, do you like being vulnerable? Like,
Uh,
Uh, mm,
I'm trying to understand what you mean by vulnerable. How?
showing people your softer side.
No,
Why not?
because everybody don't deserve it. Everybody doesn't deserve it.
I say this. I like being vulnerable to the right people.
Okay,
I say it like that.
we just said the same thing. Everybody's
yeah.
not everybody's not everybody's not deserving of it.
But we didn't say the same thing. We said similar things.
Okay,
Because when I asked you if
here
you
you
like
go.
being vulnerable with people, you said no. And then I asked you why. You said because everyone doesn't deserve. When I
I
made
asked you,
my statement,
but
when I made my
yeah,
statement,
you gave an example. Of course,
Oh,
you gave an example. I said, "What do you mean?"
now we're getting lost in technicalities.
No, they, nah, because you have to be you have to have an
Nah, I
understanding.
wasn't saying you was getting lost in technicalities. I was saying the words getting lost in technicalities. That's what I meant.
No,
Hmm,
he think he's slick. He
But
being
I
petty.
think he's messing with you. I don't think
I know it.
I'm messing with them,
he's serious.
but at the same time, I'm right though. This is why I'm telling you.
Uh,
Because
that's
no, you gotta
debatable.
listen. Okay, let's debate that. That's gonna be fun. Because listen, when I said, "Do you like being vulnerable with people?" the answer was no. Then I had to ask a qualifying question to get the understanding, and within that question, that's when um the details came out. Who he
So
can be
you being
vulnerable. When I made my statement,
so
I said
you being
yes to the
canny.
right people. So
You being
everything was
canny.
grouped up.
So you
Yeah,
So
being
but
canny.
you was being more direct. He was being not as direct. He was just answering just simply your question because your question didn't entail whether or not he needed to explain why. It only
And
entail
get him, James. I ain't gotta say nothing. Go
it,
ahead.
it only entail are you comfortable being vulnerable or not. It didn't
but the
it didn't
question
say
was
why.
not an open-ended question. He just gave a direct answer, and the answer was no.
No.
So if I
That's not
never
even.
asked a
First of all,
qualifying question, now
no,
listen,
you
if I
no,
never
you're right.
asked a qualifying question, we
You
would have
avoided
never known
you
that
avoided it,
is a selective group of people that he is willing. Because
Yeah,
when I asked him, his
yeah,
initial answer was no.
but you
but you didn't
avoided that
ask him
part.
the qualifying question to get the
You
more
avoided that
detailed
part.
explanation.
I said, "What do you mean? Are you do you want it?" Whatever the question was, you didn't answer my question.
Do you like people saying your softer side? And you can, when I said that, you had all opportunity to say
I said, "What
not
you mean?"
everyone deserves that, but you
I
said
said, "What
no.
do you mean?"
And then what did I say?
You said the same question.
No, I said, do
No, you
what
did
that
not.
means? Do
No,
you
you didn't.
let people
You
see your
asked?
softer side?
No. Yeah. See,
The
nope.
original
Okay.
question was vulnerable. And then when you said, what do you mean? I delineated and said, allowing people to see your softer side. And that's when you said no.
But isn't that what vulnerable is?
Yeah, but you asked the question
So
for me.
so you didn't answer the question.
Huh?
We asked the question in a different format.
I'm not understanding the point you're trying to make.
The point is, when I asked, "What do you mean?" You didn't answer my question. You asked the
I
question
did.
in a different format. No, you didn't.
No, I
You asked
didn't.
the same
When you
question literally. Well, not
no,
literally.
when
You
you
asked it
asked me what it
figuratively.
mean, I said having people see your softer side. But you asked me what
So
vulnerable meant, so that's what it meant.
okay,
So I just answered what vulnerable meant. That's all I did.
okay. Well, that's asking me the same question.
That's not asking.
'Cause
No, I.
of course
What?
it is, because you knew I knew what vulnerable was, so you tried to simplify it for me instead of answering the question. What did you mean by vulnerable? Like, what did you mean?
Now, see, this is where you tricking yourself up because
I'm
you
not
just
tricking
said
myself at
I
all.
knew that you knew what vulnerable was, but I asked her, no, you asked me what did I mean by vulnerable, and I
Yeah.
told you
You,
allowing people to see your softer side. That's all I said.
but okay. You trying to get me. It ain't gonna work. It's not gonna
No,
work.
you answered no, and then you didn't say, well, yes. You didn't say yes. You said no. You don't want people to see your softer side.
Okay, so what's your point? Because I'm not. You're right. Well, what's your point? You can't get me.
No,
I
I
don't know
just
why
wanted to
you're
be right.
trying this.
I
I
What's
just
your
wanted to
point?
be right by something.
You
Nah,
wasn't
I just
right,
wanted to be
but
right by something.
no, see now you already know when I say that does not mean you're right. You
Well,
already
you said it. I
you
didn't.
know that.
You said it. I
So
didn't.
so so do you
You,
need to breathe?
huh?
Do you need to breathe?
Of course I do.
All right. Okay. All right. You know somebody said no, and I told them they was right. That's my point.
My point is, you said it. I didn't.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, everybody heard it. Everybody heard Gary say I was right.
And everybody and anybody that follows me know when I say you're right, that's not what I mean. I'm
So
being
is that?
canny. I'm being canny.
I was about to ask that.
I'm
I was
being
about to
canny.
ask that.
Yeah. So you ain't right. That's the point. So you didn't win nothing.
Yeah, I did.
That's the point. No, you didn't. What's the
Hmm.
point? What you
You
want?
already admitted I was right.
No, I just told you you're not right.
So your left is right. Your right is left.
No, I don't know about all that. Your right is wrong. I don't know
You
about
said I
left and
was
right.
no. Your right means wrong, not
No,
mine.
no.
No, no, no,
My
no.
right,
Your right.
my my right
You
was
just
you
said.
being wrong.
No, you just said that you said I was right, but it meant I was wrong.
he
So
got him
your right
all.
means wrong.
Okay. If that's how you want to put it, you wrong.
I'm right about that.
The
Oh,
word done got you all twisted up.
he ain't got me. Commander, go to bed. I'm about to get out of here. Y'all trying to trip me up.
I ain't trying.
Hey,
You
don't be
did that. I
down
ain't did
that.
nothing.
Well,
I
no,
ain't
not
did
y'all.
nothing.
James is an innocent bystander. He he just a witness to a crime. The crime of
I'm just,
foolishness
I'm just observing
perpetrated
what you
by the
say, bro.
word. Huh?
I'm just observing what you say.
Nah, you ain't deserve nothing because I ain't really say too much. All I know
You
is you
said my.
asked the question, I asked the question, you asked the same question, I answered said question. That's all that happened.
And that's
Just
how
like
you.
that.
That's how you perceived it.
That's not a perceived nothing.
Mhm.
That's exactly what happened. That is
I
exactly
don't
how
think
it
it
happened.
went down like that. I don't think it went down like that. You said, "What did I mean?" Or
Okay,
what?
see, see,
What do
see,
I
you think
mean
see, you
by
thinking
being
and I'm
vulnerable?
knowing. So it's two different things. You thinking and I'm knowing. So it's not about being right. It's just two different ideologies. You thought about it. I know about it. So it's two different things. Don't worry about it. So once again, you're right, but you're not.
You're right, but you're not.
Yeah, I think James, he sounds confused now, doesn't
He does.
I'm not confused at all.
he?
Don't feed into this, James. He trying to get you on his side.
Could have fooled us.
Don't fall for his tactics.
All I'm saying that originally he stated no
Look, go ahead and tell the
until
story
I
again.
asked the qualifying question, and then he said to a certain group of people. And all I was saying is I gave the description right away. That's all I was saying.
Okay, you say what you want. That ain't how it went, but okay. You can I'm gonna let you have it. It's still no, because everybody don't deserve it. I'm sticking with the answer to your question. The way you gave it, that's the answer.
So
Because it
you were
now is
saying
gonna
it
become
like that.
he gonna break it down some more now to where now I can just change the answer. But I'm gonna stay with my answer.
Oh, you saying no, you don't like being vulnerable because everyone doesn't deserve.
That was your question, right?
Yeah,
All right, I'm sticking with that answer.
okay.
Because you didn't give an example, I'm gonna say no. No.
An example of what?
Of what you meant by being vulnerable. Vulnerable to what?
The people.
Then you gave the example. For example, I could be vulnerable to love, but you didn't give an example. So my answer was no. You could be vulnerable to compassion. You could be vulnerable to being humble. You could be vulnerable to be corrected. But to satisfy your question, the answer is no, because you didn't give it you didn't give a situation. So no,
Wouldn't being vulnerable mean the same thing to all those different concepts?
nope,
What's the difference between being vulnerable to compassion and vulnerable to love?
nothing. What's the difference between being vulnerable to 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 love and being vulnerable to hate?
Nothing.
Okay, you right. So once again, no.
Because whatever you're being vulnerable to, you've been like open to it. It's like it's bypassing all defenses.
So who wants to be vulnerable to something negative besides you?
No, I'm not. I don't care what people want. I'm just
No, no,
saying
no,
what
sir. I
vulnerability
asked you. No,
is.
no, 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 no. That's not the answer, sir. What is the point of being vulnerable to something? Who wants to be vulnerable to something negative besides you?
I don't know. Probably plenty of
Uh,
people. Why do
who?
people, why do people allow themselves to be vulnerable? You say who wants to. I can't personally answer for other people, but is
Oh,
the reality is a lot of people vulnerable to negative things.
okay.
People are
Like I
vulnerable
said,
to drugs, different
who wants
addictions.
that besides you? Don't nobody want to be vulnerable to negative situations, but you. If you put a poll
You
up,
can't say they don't want to. Some people like being the victim. Some people put
I,
themselves in
I
vulnerable
can guarantee
positions to get hurt.
this is how confident I am.
Won't won't.
I can guarantee you
So,
that the majority of
so
people would not want to be vulnerable to nothing negative. I can guarantee that. That's how strong that's how much I know.
well,
I'm
there's a
not
lot
even
of people that
believing.
do want to be victims, though.
But see,
It
that's
ain't
what I'm
it
saying.
ain't it's not the
The word's
No,
right.
you
majority.
There's
gotta
a lot
listen
of
to
people
what
that
he.
want to be victims.
You know,
I'm
James, he
not
moved. James,
I did
he
not move
moved
the
the
goalpost.
goalpost.
I did not.
James, hold
I
on.
did
He
not.
moved the
I
goalpost.
said,
You
who
gotta listen to
besides you?
what you
And then
just
I
said.
said, the majority of people would not want to be
I don't
vulnerable to
know.
negative
There's a lot of
things.
people out there that want to be victims these days.
All right, well, put a
But
poll up.
see, but,
Put a
but
poll up.
see, but see, look,
Put a poll up. Put a poll
but
up.
no,
That's
James,
that's how
he
you
went,
resolve that.
but see, that's
Put a
what I
poll up.
said. He moved the goalpost. He said, first he said, who wants, besides you, who wants to be vulnerable to something negative? And
I
then
didn't
he
move.
said, I
I
can
didn't. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
guarantee
Hold on.
majority.
First of
You
all,
did move the goalpost. Because
I didn't move the goalpost because he answered the question. No, I didn't. You answered the question. You said you don't know.
Mhm.
Did you say that?
What was your original statement, though?
Who
What was
besides
your
you?
original?
Come on, we're not. You're doing too much now. Who besides you?
I'm just saying what
Who
you did.
besides you wants to be vulnerable to negativity? What was your answer?
I don't know
So how did I move the goalpost if you answered the question?
because you changed the statement.
I
First, you
did not
said
change the statement. You
the
said you
original.
don't know. I'm still
No,
sticking
that
with my
was the
statement.
question. The original.
And you,
Before you asked that question, what did you say? You
who?
made a statement. No one wants to be vulnerable to negativity.
No, I
That's
said
what you said
who
first.
besides. No, I did not. I said who besides you wants to be vulnerable to negativity. You said I don't
That's the
know, and
question.
then I
That was
said
the.
I didn't make the statement. I asked the question. Then I said,
You go back and
then
listen to it.
then the statement was, I can guarantee the majority of people would not be vulnerable to negativity. Y'all said that's not true. I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know about that. So what was wrong? So what was
No,
the
when you
misunderstanding?
changed it, that's when I said you moved the goalpost.
I didn't
When you
change it.
changed it.
You answered the question. I didn't change anything. You said you don't know. So then I went on to a different statement. I can guarantee
No,
that the
no,
majority of people would not be vulnerable, would not want to be vulnerable to anything negative. Y'all
so,
said that's not, y'all said that y'all don't know.
so
So
let me
what
ask you
so
a
what was
question.
moved?
When you made the statement that when you asked the question, when
Hmm.
you said, besides you who wants to be vulnerable to negativity, when you asked that question, were you insinuating that not a lot of people besides me want to be vulnerable to negativity? First, how did you come to that assumption that I want to be vulnerable to negativity?
Oh my God, we're really doing this? We're really doing this.
Because I never said I wanted to be vulnerable. So I'm trying to, because that will be considered
You
as an
didn't you
assertion.
excuse me, sir, you didn't say that today. You didn't
When did
say
I
that
say that?
today.
well,
Huh?
when you ever said
That,
it? I don't
that I
recall that.
want to be vulnerable to negativity?
Y'all right. I'm not doing this
No,
with
I'm
y'all.
just asking. I don't know. Did I say that? I don't remember saying that.
I don't remember saying that either. When did you ever say that? I
I don't
like we're
believe I said
legitimately
that.
trying to figure it out. We're trying to understand here.
What I know I said something to the effect that it's the shit gonna happen regardless.
No, I wasn't
To that
talking. I'm not.
effect.
I see when you say things like you need duality into a thing, right? You gotta you did you not one time say that you could manage all bad things?
Can
Huh?
I can. I can manage bad. I can manage negative transmutation. I can transmute the energy most of the time, not all the time. I can do that.
So it wouldn't bother you if you was vulnerable to negative things, right?
You're moving the goalposts because
I'm not. No, no,
wanting
no. Hold on.
something.
No, 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 no. You're moving the goalpost. I just asked you a
Mm-mm.
question. I'm leading you to somewhere. Now you're trying to avoid the question to where the question would not be correct.
Because you trying to leave me. You're trying
Did
to
you
leave me
not
off
say that?
course.
Did
Wanting
you not?
something and being able to tolerate something is two different things. Because I want something, that's more of a desire. Me being able
What is a
to,
desire?
that's like me
Hold on.
being
What is a
able to
desire?
fight doesn't mean I want to fight.
What
Just
is a
because I'm
desire, sir?
capable of something doesn't mean I want that. You
What
know,
is a
I'm
desire?
capable
Hold on.
of
Wait a minute.
walking
What
in
is
a
a
ring.
desire? Nuh-uh. You getting away now. What is a desire?
A desire can be equated to a want.
Okay. Right.
So go ahead, go finish bleeding. I just wanted to clarify. Wanting something and being able to tolerate something is two different things.
Oh, well, you okay. You right. You right. Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
no, I don't know what you're saying, but you're right. I have no clue
No,
what you're saying, but you're right.
James, do I make sense, James? I just need one person, James. Do I make sense? One
Uh,
person. I'm looking for
man, may you
validation right
rephrase?
now.
Well, may you
I need
say what you just
validation.
said? Because I
Oh,
didn't. I want to be
oh, I
honest. I
don't
didn't
even
catch
got my
that part.
phone.
Okay, but this is how I'm gonna say that y'all right because the majority rules. So y'all right.
No,
I never
James,
said they was
don't.
right or wrong. I never gave my opinion.
James, don't listen to him. He already said when we right, we wrong. So I don't want him to say we right. I want him to say we wrong, James. We shooting for wrong.
That ain't happening. Because now I'm gonna use your word, you moved the goalpost, so it ain't happening.
How am I gonna go? How am I gonna go? That's what you said.
No, 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 no. You said you moved. You said I moved the goalpost. I never said that. You said that.
You went from wanting
But
to can.
okay, but when did I say I moved the goalpost?
No, I said you moved the goalpost.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
And then you just said I moved the goalpost, but I didn't move the goalpost.
That ain't what I'm telling you. I'm telling you I never said it. You
You
said it.
said
I
I'm
never
moving
said that.
the
You said it.
He gaslighted me. You literally just said now you moving the goalpost. You literally just said
Nah, you said that. I ain't say nothing.
You
that.
said it too,
James,
technically. You see, you gonna use his own words against him. You moved the goalpost.
As a matter of fact, read the chat. Don't ask me nothing. Read the
Read
chat.
the
I'm
chat.
about to read the check. I gotta
Read the
get my
chat. Don't
phone.
ask me
What
nothing
was
because
Chad saying?
it's
Let's
in the
look.
chat. But I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it again. You right.
Uh,
I'm gonna read the check. Make me come in the
Chat
house.
says James, don't fall for words of manipulation and minimization. They say you
Commander,
not
you supposed to
innocent.
be on my side. Y'all are
I'm just
gaslighting me. I'm going to sleep.
ain't
They
nobody
say
got
you
like
not
you got
innocent.
not look.
Now,
I'm put. Look, I'm going to say it again. I'm doing a word. You move the goalpost.
You moved the
see,
See, you
see,
did it
see,
again. You said it
see,
again. Look,
What did I say before that?
you,
I'm
you
saying I'm
said,
saying what the
you
word
said you
said.
never said you're moving the goalpost, but
I
yet
just
you said it
I
twice
just said
already
I'm
now.
repeating what word said. You're moving the goalpost.
But you said you never used the words you moving the goalpost though.
No,
You
I
moving the
said
Mhm.
I didn't
goalpost you
say it.
did
I
use.
did not.
You said I never said that.
I said
Yeah.
you said that.
But you
You
I
said
can't
you
say
didn't.
something to
never
say I
said
never
that
said it.
though. But yet you
You
said it
you
twice
can't
already.
say
I
something to say
didn't.
I never said
I
that.
didn't just say it. I didn't just say it again. I just repeated
Yeah, you
somebody
did just
else's.
say it again. You said
I
it
just
twice already.
repeated. I repeated
So
somebody's response. That's
But you
why I.
used it as
That's why.
your response, though.
No,
You
I never
use it
said
as
I moved the
your
goalpost. He
response.
said I moved the goalpost.
But
And you
you
just
used
stated
it.
that I moved the goalpost.
You said
That's
I'm
what we
going to
saying.
use your words.
I
You
said
moved the
I'm
goalpost.
repeating what Word said. You moving the goalpost.
No, you
I,
said you was gonna take his own words and use them.
no. I said I'm
Yeah, you did.
repeating what
You
Word.
said it
No,
twice.
I just said I'm
You,
repeating what
That's like
Word just said. You're moving the goalpost.
that's like man.
jeez, Louise.
I'm telling you, all you gotta do is rewind it and hear what I said. I'm using what
I did
Word.
twice.
I'm using what
That's
Word
why
said. You're moving the goalpost.
that's
So
why he loves it.
I am repeating what you said. That's like quote. I didn't say it. I'm quoting you.
No, that ain't what you said. Oh, no.
What did I say then?
You said I'm going to use your words or something like that. You phrase it in your own way. I'm paraphrasing.
Okay. Well,
You had
if
a
you
way of phrasing
paraphrase,
it, which technically mean
if
the
you
same thing.
paraphrase it, then you understood what I said. I'm using words. You're moving the goalposts.
Yeah, you're
I,
using is in
Now,
you're
James,
using
now
it as
watch
your
this.
own thought as well. You're saying he moved the goalpost.
I
You
was about to say, what was your intent of saying of using my word? What was your intent?
to repeat what you said.
that ain't that intent did not come across in the way you said it.
What you paraphrasing how I said it, so you don't know how I said it.
Well, I paraphrased it, but it doesn't mean I don't. Just because I paraphrased it, don't mean it has to be that I would say it exactly the way you said it to know
So
what you.
now I'm going to use the word again. Well, you are once you paraphrase, you're not using it the way that I used it.
That's not necessarily true. Paraphrasing essentially only means that I'm putting it in my own way of saying it, but yet I'm conveying the same way that you said it. That's the
It
idea of
can't be
paraphrasing.
because if it was the way I
Same
said it, it
and
would be
under the same
verbatim.
context.
It would be verbatim. If it's the way I said it,
Well,
like
verbatim
like
would not be
like
paraphrasing.
when I
No,
said I'm
defeat the purpose
quoting
of
the word.
paraphrasing. Because
Let, let,
paraphrasing is not verbatim.
I,
Paraphrasing is phrasing
Okay,
something in your own way, but yet still conveying the same understanding and meaning that the person that you're paraphrasing did. I took English
with
class and
James,
I failed English class multiple times, so you know I had to get this stuck
so
in my head, or else I wasn't ever going to pass.
what James is saying, your intent, the way your intent was conveyed, was to
wait,
use
what
my
does that mean?
word.
Hold on, wait a minute. What does that mean?
What
Intent
does what mean?
No. Conveyed.
convey.
Express. I use so James is saying the intent that you displayed was to express, use my word to express that I was moving the goalpost.
Yeah, that's the way it sounded. Yep.
Okay.
Because you didn't say
Okay.
I was. I'm repeating, as in like in the
I
sense
did
of
say that. No, I did say that.
you're gonna
That's
You
why
use
I'm
his
said
saying
word. Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna use your word.
I said I'm gonna use what the word said. You're moving the goalpost.
yeah, but using
Right.
sounds like your
So that
intent is to use it for yourself, not repeat
right.
it.
But
Yeah,
I am so what you're saying is
you
if I
should say
quote
you're
somebody, hold on,
quoting.
wait a minute. So I'm gonna ask this question.
Quoting
So if I quote somebody, am I saying it or am I quoting somebody?
when you're quoting someone, right? The intent is different.
No,
What
come
your
on,
intent
no.
is,
I didn't ask you about no intent. I didn't ask you none of that. When you quote
Well, intent
somebody, what does
matters.
that mean? It does
the
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it
intent is
does.
how it's
Intent is
applied.
everything.
The
Without
intent is
intent,
everything.
you'll never determine whether or not what someone intended to do when they took someone's life. Was it the intent to protect a person, or did they do it in the intent to take a person out because they were a cold blooded murderer? Like intent matters.
Okay, so I shot in the sky and the bullet hit him. Did I intend to kill him?
Well, how can I know that? Intent doesn't matter, according to your logic, remember?
No, I'm going by your logic because you said
No,
it
no,
now.
no. Your logic was intent doesn't matter. You said intent doesn't matter. So your
So
logic is intent doesn't matter. So therefore, why does it matter?
that's a good point. Now, you didn't answer the question because I'm going by what you said now. See, my intent is to go by what you said. But since
Well,
intent
based
means
on what
something to
you said,
you,
you
I'm
got to
using.
blow up the sky and hit
But
somebody. That's
if
not
I
enough.
shot,
That's
if
not
I
enough.
shot them,
Enough to help me determine whether or not what their intent was. I have to have more details to determine whether or not what their intent was.
okay.
You didn't
I
provide
shot
enough
in I
detail.
shot in the sky, but I intended to shoot you, but I aimed in the sky.
Oh, you intended to shoot. Well, your intent was to take someone out, so you're a
No,
cold-blooded murderer.
no,
Based
that's
on
not what
that.
I see. What I'm saying? You're not even listening to what I said. I said
You
if I
said your
aim in the
intent was to shoot. You said your intent was to shoot me, but yet
no, I did
you shut
not.
up
You
the
see what I'm
sky.
saying? That's not what I said. Once again, I said my
How
intent
on earth?
was. I said if I shoot in the sky and the bullet hits you, was my intent to kill you.
What you just said.
Oh
That's
my
what you said.
god,
What
I'm
listen,
good.
no. What you just said was that's in the suit, but I shoot in the sky. That's what he said. Where your intent doesn't matter.
Right, and then
That's
it
what you
said.
when
I
he
said when
said
I
your
shoot in
intent
the.
doesn't matter. What you said was
Oh
I
my
intend to
god.
shoot you, but I shot in the sky. That's
That's
what you
not what I said. I said if I shoot
Yeah,
in the sky,
I wasn't the
I
only
said
one
if
that
I
heard it
shoot
like
in the
that.
sky.
Thank goodness.
All right, y'all right.
I thought
I'm not
I
doing
thought
it.
I was
that's what
losing my mind.
I'm not. Y'all right. Y'all right. Y'all right.
no, I'm telling you what look, bro, I promise you. When you
I
go back
promise
and
you that's not
listen,
what I said. I said if I
I
aim in
promise
the
you,
sky and the
you
bullet
did.
hits you, I said if I aim in the sky and the bullet hits you, did I intend to kill you? He said my intent. It doesn't matter because intention doesn't matter.
Well, if intent doesn't matter, then what's the point?
You. The point was you said that intent mattered. So I asked the question: if I aim in the sky, if I shoot the gun in the sky, the bullet comes down and hits you, did I intend to kill you? Because intent matters to you.
If you shoot it in the sky and it comes down and hits me accidentally, I'm taking it. So
Am I
then,
a cold-blooded murderer?
no, if it accidentally hits you, it's like your intent wasn't to get me.
Right. That was
So what's
going
the
to the
point?
point. That was going to the point of me quoting somebody because
Yeah,
y'all
but you
saying
didn't say
I'm
you're
quoting.
quoting somebody. You said you're using their word.
Oh
You
my
didn't say I'm
God.
quoting somebody. You didn't express the intent of quoting somebody. You expressed the intent of that you were going to use their words for your own.
I said I'm using the word's word. You're moving the
Well,
goalpost.
hey, you're using it, so the intent sounds like you're using it for your own words. You like the words that he said, so you're going to use them as well.
So once again, if you quote
And in the
somebody,
context, it seemed
so
like you were
once
saying
again, if you
that
quote somebody, are you using that for your
you
own
using it
purposes?
like that because you thought he moved the goalpost.
Oh
Based
my
on the
God.
context of what happened, you thought he moved the goalpost. So you decided to use his words, because you liked his words, so you just reused them. You
Okay.
quoted his words in a usage
You're
of his
absolutely right.
words.
okay, he did say if you shoot in
You're
the sky
absolutely
and the
right.
bullet hit him, did I intend
I
to kill
know.
him? He
No,
did
but
say
y'all
that.
right. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all right. I know what I said, but y'all right. This is what I'm telling y'all. Y'all right. This is why I say what I say. Y'all right. You see how simple that was? And now you just validated why I say I'm right or
Well,
you're
let's
right.
roll back when you said something about words. Then see what you said then.
I know what I said. I'm quoting the word. You move the goalpost.
He
No,
said
you
I'm
didn't.
using the words word.
You're
I'm
using.
moving the goalpost.
Okay, so I gotta. Oh, so now we gotta be technical. So now I gotta quote the word. I'm using the word's word. That's quoting
Yeah, you're moving the
What
goalpost.
was the purpose of using the words though? What were you? Why were you quoting?
because you moved the goalpost.
That's all I was saying.
So you
You
intended to
moved
use
the
it for your own
goalpost.
words.
You
No,
felt I was moving the goalpost,
no.
so you
You
used
felt
my
I was
words
moving the
to
goalpost.
say
So I'm using. I am quoting you. You're moving
No,
the goalpost.
no.
You cannot tell me what my intent is.
you just said it.
You just said it.
You said you
I
was
said
moving
what?
the goalposts.
I,
Now,
okay.
am I? Did you just
Y'all
say?
right.
Because I
Y'all
can be
right.
tripping. Did you just
Y'all
say
good.
that?
Y'all right. Y'all right.
When I asked you
Y'all right.
what the purpose was, did you say because you were moving the goalposts?
No, you moved the goalpost. That's why I'm quoting you.
You're quoting me because you felt I moved the goalposts,
No,
right?
I'm quoting you because who moved the goalpost?
Me.
Who?
You're quoting me because you felt I was moving the goalposts, right?
No, I'm quoting you because you said I moved the goalpost. So now I'm quoting you by saying what you said.
And when I asked you what the purpose was, you said because you were moving the goalposts.
Okay, you right.
No, I'm asking.
You right.
Yo.
You right. You see, I'm telling you, this is very simple for me. You right.
We don't want it simple. We want you to actually fight for what you want, for what you believe.
It doesn't matter what I believe. You guys are right. Majority rule.
Because you were moving the goalposts. No,
Y'all,
you
you
moved
never
the
said I was.
goalposts. Right.
Y'all right. It's okay. Y'all right. It's okay.
You
I could be
said
wrong. I could be
you
wrong.
moved the
You're right.
goalposts. That's why I'm quoting.
I'm okay. I said you guys are correct. I was wrong. You guys are right.
You said because you're moving the goalposts. That's why I'm quoting you. So the
I know.
whole purpose
I
of
know
you
what I
quoting
said.
me is
You
because you
absolutely.
felt I was
Yeah.
moving the goalposts,
Mm-mm.
right?
You're right.
And I wanted to ask, where did
Okay.
I
You
move the
are
goalposts
okay.
at?
Once again, you are correct.
So where? Oh, now
Or just
since I'm correct,
correct.
where did I move the goalposts?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Now I'm going to literally be you. I don't know. Now you can say I moved the goalpost because I answered your
That's not
question.
moving the goalposts. Me
But
saying I don't know is
hold on,
not moving.
wait a minute, hold on, because I said that about an hour ago, and you said I moved the goalpost.
That's not what you said. No, I
Oh my
said you
God,
moved the
you
goalposts
don't
because
even remember the original conversation.
Yes, I do.
You asked
This
me.
is why I said you
Oh
moved the
my God,
goalposts because you said besides you, who else wants to deal with negative?
and
And
what
you
happened?
said, and then I asked you, when did I?
No, 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 no. See, you keep skipping a part. You answered the question. You just said I answered the question, and then I was trying to move the goalpost just now, right?
Well,
Oh
no,
my
I'm
God.
telling you where you was moving the goal or how you moved the goalpost. You said you. I asked you when did I say I want negativity, and you start talking about how I can tolerate it, and
That's
I was
not when
saying
you,
that's moving the
first of
goalpost.
all, that's not even when you first said it, right? That's not when you
When
first
did I
said it.
first say it?
When you said I don't know, and then I said I can guarantee the majority of the people would not want to be vulnerable to negative things. You said I moved the goalpost.
Yeah, because when you said besides you, when you asked that question, what you were asserting that besides me, no one else wants negativity. And you
Uh-huh.
went from besides me to the majority. That's the aspect where I was saying moving the goalpost.
But I
First, you
didn't move the
asked a
goalpost because you
question.
answered the question. I can't move the goalpost if you answered the question. You said you didn't know. So the goalpost was never moved. I put it in another format for me to show you that not everybody's going to agree with that concept. That's
When
why I
you
said the
said
majority
beside,
of the people,
bes,
the majority
when
of the
you said
people, go ahead.
you said besides you,
Hmm.
meaning no one besides me. Is
No
that
one
is
besides.
that is that safe to say? When you say besides
Yes,
you, that
yes,
means no
yes,
one out. Okay,
yes,
so you
yes.
went from no one outside of me to the majority of you.
I didn't
Now
go
it's a
anywhere
lot
because
more people,
I
even
an-
though it's a minority. It went from singularity to minority.
but
Mm-hmm.
you answered
That's
the
why I was saying
question.
the goalpost was moved.
But the goalpost wasn't moved because you answered the question. The goalpost can only be moved if there was no answer question. The question wasn't answered.
That's not true because that's still
Okay.
your the way you're framing something. The way I answer something doesn't have nothing to do with the way you frame it. My answer has nothing to do with your statement.
Okay.
That's how you move the goalpost. You
Okay.
minimize something, then you widen it. That's moving
Okay.
it.
You're
You
right.
moved it from singularity to minority,
How could
from a
you move
small group
something?
to a larger
How
group.
could you move something
That's why I was
with
saying
an
you
answer?
moved the goalpost.
You're right. You're right, and I'm wrong. There you go.
I wouldn't say you're wrong. Uh,
I'm not. I'm not saying
it's
I'm
just
wrong.
you just
I
said you're
untold,
wrong.
I
You
untold
just
you.
said,
I untold you what I meant by that. You see what I mean? This is what you do. I
I
told you
do.
what I meant by that, and oh no, I forgot. The intent doesn't matter with you guys.
wait, no, you just reversed that. We are saying
I did
intent
reverse it
matters.
this
You're
time.
saying it don't matter. Whoa, whoa. Or at least
I
I'm
did.
saying
I
intent
did
matters. I
I'm
reverse
can't
just
it.
really speak
taking
for
it.
the word. I'm sure he says intent matters as well.
I did reverse it, but I reversed it for a reason.
I just your your intent does not match my understanding.
So intent doesn't. So intent doesn't. It doesn't mean your my intent doesn't trump your feelings, or in this case, understanding.
Feeling.
I'm using I'm using your word. Your intent
Are you
does
so
not
so?
trump.
Are you quoting me, or are you moving the goalposts?
I'm moving the how's that moving the goalpost?
I didn't say you was. I asked the question. You see what I mean? This is
I
no.
don't
Don't.
see how I don't understand how that can move a goalpost. It
You
could
don't
be. I
understand.
don't know. I'm asking you to delineate.
I'm gonna ask the same question like you did me. Does that mean that you're trying to move the goalposts?
No, I'm not trying to move no goalpost.
Oh, so then no. So now I could put it whatever way I want now. So if I put it the way I want, it's possible that you could change your answer, right?
If you put it any way you want,
Uh huh. Because I
it's
asked
possible.
because you asked
Well,
for
of course,
clarity.
because you
Hold on,
might
wait a
put it
minute.
a
Because
different.
you asked.
Well,
Wait a minute. Because
you
you
might.
asked for clarity, right?
Yeah,
And I repeated what I said again, right? So I didn't give you clarity, right?
right.
Okay, and you answered, right?
Yeah, I said I'm not trying to move the goalpost. Ain't that
No, no,
what I
no. Oh,
said? I don't know what I said no more.
I, I know. That's my point. Because this is what you do.
Yeah,
You
it got lost.
It didn't get lost.
What
It
I
no, it
do?
only got lost for y'all. It didn't get lost for me because this is how the whole thing started. See, this is the difference.
Nah,
This,
nah, nah.
oh,
Earlier, nah, nah, nah.
here we
I'm trying.
go.
Okay,
Here we go.
okay.
Here we go. You right. Don't even say it. Don't even try to rehash it. You're right. I'm not gonna rehash it. You're right. Because I already know how it started. I untold you how it started, but you're gonna tell me otherwise. So go ahead. But I'm just
How to
telling you,
start?
you're right.
How to start?
You tell me, because I don't remember.
I don't either.
Oh, okay. Then it don't
I'm trying
matter.
to figure out. What is it? You said this is what I do. I'm trying to figure that out now. What I do? Tell me, because I probably don't know what I'm doing.
I just told you what you did.
No, you said this is what you do, but I'm trying to figure
This
out
is
like,
you're right. I said it wrong. This is what you did, not do. Or I should have said doing, like in present tense. But I should have said did before. So in that part, I made an error.
but this is what
But
I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out. I'm just
I
trying to
said
understand.
I just corrected myself. I should have said this is what you did, meaning this is how the conversation started. The
How did it start?
conversation started is would you whatever the vulnerability question was.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
then I said, what do you mean? And then you asked the same question again, right?
And see, that's where I think I didn't ask the same question again.
Oh my God.
I
Oh,
gave you. You asked me what does vulnerability mean, and I'm like,
no, I
and
did
I
not
told you
ask
what
you
it
what
meant
did it mean. I said, what do you mean?
by vulnerability. So ain't that the same?
No, I
Okay,
said, what do you
that's not the
mean?
same thing.
And you said, do you want do whatever it is, you asked the
Be
question
open
in
to
a
people,
different way with the same question. Whatever you said, you
and see
reworded the
that
same
you
question.
and see that wasn't a question, and because when you said what do it mean, I just
I
gave an
didn't say what do
explanation of
it
what it meant,
mean. I never
and I
asked
gave
you
you an
what did it
explanation.
mean. I never asked you what did it mean. I asked you what did you mean.
By being vulnerable, and I told you what I meant.
No, you asked the same
Being open to
question.
people.
Oh my God. Okay. You right. Like I said, you right. And I'm
You
wrong.
took, but when I said you being open to people, you took that as another question. And when
No,
you said, "What do
that's
I
not what I
mean?"
said.
I was just that was
Oh
just
my
an
God.
explanation of what I meant
I
because
didn't
I'm
take it as
assuming,
what
like when you said, "What do you mean?" So when you
I
said,
took
"What do
it
you
as you
mean?"
asked it.
I'm thinking like, okay, he don't understand it, so I have to give him a simple. I just said it a simpler way. That's what I did.
And what
So
did I say after that? I said you asked me the same question in a different form. So I did not take it as what did I just told you, you asked me the same question twice. I said that 6 times. And then when you answered the question, I said, well, then yeah. And then you said, oh, well, then whatever. And then I said, well, then since
what's the time, son?
I moved the goalpost or whatever, I'm keeping my answer no.
Okay, no, hold on. I think I got it. I
Oh my
think I
God.
got it. I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can put it on the big one. I can't find the oh, I ain't even get it up.
Oh shit. My phone about to die.
Oh, Commander's backstage.
Oh, Commander backstage. Hold on.
Yeah.
Why can't oh no, I'm close the Commander, I thought you was on my side. I don't wanna hear it. You came up here to
What
take
up,
up for Gary.
Nine?
You
What in
supposed
the
to be
hee
my
haw? What in the hee
The
haw is
hee
going
haw.
you
on
supposed to be
here?
my Imperial Guard.
Okay,
You
if we
taking up
take
for
it
Gary.
back to the beginning, then yes, you are correct because because you guys switched it to something else. But when you asked about, did you say do you like being vulnerable? Was that the original question?
I got it right here. I got it queued up right here, so we can hear
Okay,
exactly
so
how it
instead of him answering yes to the right people, he said no. He didn't clarify, he just said no.
and that's all I was saying.
But
I was
And
saying
then
that's why
Word
I answered
answered
you.
it yes to the right people. But you right away just said no,
yeah, but the
right?
way the
Without.
word worded the question, it didn't imply that he needed to expound on the question. It only implied that you needed to use yes or no.
And why
Well,
is
I mean,
that?
he asked
Because
a question, but it didn't have to be a yes or no question. It could be,
Yeah,
it could have been a
the way
yes.
the question, it wasn't an open ended question. If it was an open ended question, then yes or no would have been sufficient. But I didn't answer. I mean, I didn't ask an open ended question. But he answered it as an open ended question. And all I was saying from that point was we didn't answer it the same is because he originally said no until I asked another question. That's all I was saying.
Because the question was, it wasn't like, do you like being vulnerable to everyone? Then the no, his no
Right.
would apply, I guess.
be-
But
when,
Word didn't
when
specify. He just said to people, I think, right?
and when I
That's
ask
what
for
made it
clarity,
a non-open
and
ended
when I
because
asked for
I
clarity,
didn't.
what do you mean? He reworded the question as this as a question. So no, I'm not. No,
But
that's it.
instead of answering the question, you could have asked first before answering it.
I did.
No, you said no.
no. Oh
Your
my goodness.
answer was no at first.
I said, what do you mean? He thought I was asking what the question meant. He didn't understand my question.
Okay, okay. So when did you ask what he meant? After he answered the same
No, after
question
he
or
asked the
before?
question.
Okay,
After he
okay.
asked the question, I said, "What do you mean?" He said his meaning
Uh huh.
instead of answering the question. He thought I meant what does vulnerability mean? That's not what I even asked him. I said, "What do you mean?" Not what does it mean. He thought I said, "What does it
Oh,
mean?"
okay.
I said, "What do you, the person asking the question, mean?" Not what does it mean.
That makes
So he
sense. Yes,
So he
that
gave his
makes sense.
answer as bland. So I answered the question bland. No.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, hold on. Listen. I'm trying to get it on the big one, but here it go right here. Listen. Like telling people your trust is shot. Hold
Wouldn't it be easier just to present
on.
it?
Like you're trying to what you mean by right, vulnerable. Like telling people your trust is shot.
I can't hear it.
So he said, I'm trying to understand what do you mean by vulnerable how? And I said by showing people your softer side. So the question was when he said, I'm trying to understand vulnerable to people how? And I said by showing people your softer side. I didn't ask, that was a statement. That wasn't asking another
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
You see what I'm
yeah.
saying? That's all I was
Mhm.
saying.
By showing people your softer side, and then what did Gary reply? No,
No.
Isn't that,
just
and then I
no.
said, isn't that being vulnerable?
Uh huh. But you
I
said
No.
asked,
no, and
I
then not
said what why
until.
not? See, I said why not. So when you said no, I said why not? And then you said because everyone doesn't deserve.
and what did you say after that? What was said after that?
I'm listening now. Everybody doesn't deserve it. So you repeated it. I said I like being vulnerable. And then I gave my statement.
You guys said the same thing, but in an opposite way.
And that's all I was saying. It was similar, not the same. That was the whole point I was making.
No,
And it,
no, you said you no, keep going with the conversation because you tried to say something else occurred to make me answer it the way that I answered it. Like I switched my answer.
hold on, I'm trying to get in the video.
You gotta replay the whole thing because we unspoke about an hour of this. You're gonna miss a whole point in the first 2 minutes. But go
Hold
ahead.
on, I'm trying to hear on it. Hold on 1 second. I can't hear where it's at. Hold on. Okay, here we go. This is at the beginning when I originally asked the question, so we can hear it from here. Okay. Oh, well, how the hell did I spell that? With you, bro? Y'all don't be telling me shit. Y'all know I can't see.
What do you mean?
I'm already used to it. I
Do
didn't
you
say
like being
nothing.
vulnerable? Like, there we go.
I, I ain't even look. I ain't even got it in me to disagree right now. I ain't even got it. I'm staring here looking at this green dot. It means G means go to bed. I might take it up on
do
that
you
off.
do you
Is it?
like being vulnerable with people?
What do you mean?
Like, do you like being vulnerable? Like,
Uh,
Uh, mm,
I'm trying to understand what you mean by vulnerable. How?
showing people your softer side.
No,
Why not?
because everybody don't deserve it. Everybody doesn't deserve it.
I say
Okay,
this.
so
I like being
he
vulnerable
don't.
to the right people.
Okay,
I say it like that.
we just said the same thing. Everybody's
yeah.
not. Everybody's not. Everybody's not deserving of it.
But we didn't say the same thing. We said similar things. Because when I
Okay.
asked you, that's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. Now, was I wrong, Gary? Just admit I was wrong, Gary.
No, you guys said the same thing. It's just in a different way.
So it's
So
not the
you can
same.
say. So you can say that you said the same thing
No, we can't. No, we
in a
can't. And it's two
similar.
reasons.
In a
Okay,
similar.
I will accept similar, but I will not accept the same because same means identical.
But the
So,
end result is the same. The end result.
Yeah, but
um,
that's not the point the
and
word's
this
making.
was the point, and this was the point I was making. If I never said why, he would have never said because everyone doesn't deserve it. So his our answer would have been no.
What?
It
Yeah,
wasn't
When
no
when
it
because
I
would have been
asked
no.
you, it would have been no. If I never said why, you would have never said that because
What did you say?
everyone
Why?
doesn't deserve it. When you said no, I said when I explained what vulnerable was, you said how do you mean? I said being open to people. You said no,
Right.
and then I
Okay.
said why?
And I said because everybody's not deserving of it.
yeah,
Right,
but that was after he asked you why though. You never said it as part of your original statement.
and that's why I was saying it's not the same, but it's similar. I even said that. Y'all heard me say it. It's not the same, but it's similar.
Yeah.
I said we
I was
said the same thing.
wrong. I was
No,
Yeah,
wrong.
but
I
like,
I
said
was
you said the same
wrong.
yeah,
thing.
you're right. You said that you said it's the same
I know
thing,
what I said.
but the words saying that he said that it wasn't the same thing was similar, but not the same thing.
The argument is whether it's similar or the same.
No, it's
It's
not.
the same thing said in a different
That's
way.
not what that's not what the argument was. The argument was I didn't know what the hell he meant by vulnerable because we go into the situation. I said,
But he
well,
explained it. That's not the
no,
point.
no,
He
no, no, no,
explained it.
no, 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 because I said, what do you mean by vulnerable? Because with you, everything is in duality. Because I might want to be vulnerable. I may want to be vulnerable in being in love, or I may want to be vulnerable in doing something else. But because there was no clarity of it, I simply said no.
Like you
Because he
generalized it.
exactly because I asked for a specific meaning and he generalized it. So I said no. That's my point.
So generally speaking, you do not like to be vulnerable. Generally speaking, to people.
Right.
And what
That's
So
my
about
how is
you,
it?
point.
Word?
So it's not the same. So
But
this is
what
the
about
whole point I
you?
was making.
Do you
It's
does
not
Word
the same.
generally like being vulnerable to people?
Him?
Word?
No.
Yes,
Word, I'm asking you.
yes,
Generally,
Oh,
you do like being vulnerable with people?
yeah, to the right people.
Okay, so see how he's generally yes
Yeah,
and
it's to the
you're
right
generally
people.
no?
That's why it's not the same. That's why I keep saying it's not the same. My first thought is like, yeah, to the right people. His first thought is no, because everyone doesn't deserve it. And in context, you can associate those two as similar, but it's still not the same because the first perception is yes versus no. Like when I think of being vulnerable to people, it actually makes me feel good that I can be vulnerable to people. So those are the type of people I want around me. Those people who I can be
Oh, come
vulnerable to.
on, man. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, you guys never answered my question.
what was your question, Commander? I'm
Why
sorry.
to all of you? Why should I already forgot my question? Why would somebody like to be vulnerable? Like why would somebody like to be vulnerable?
Yeah,
They would like that.
that, that's what I was just explaining because it feels good where I can be free, where I don't feel I have to protect myself.
So can I
You
ask
know,
you a question? So can
I'm
I
not
ask
in
you a
a
question?
defensive state.
Can
Yeah.
I ask you a question? How are
Hmm.
you going to be vulnerable around people that you don't want to be around?
I never said that.
I would say that word isn't it just like very few people?
Right.
You can be vulnerable with very few people.
Right.
So what does
The
that
right
mean?
people.
So what
The
does that
right
mean?
people.
The
So
right
what
Having
does
the
that?
people.
right
Okay.
people around me to be vulnerable.
So
That's where my
everybody.
focus is.
So
See,
everybody's not deserving of it, right? Isn't that your preference anyway? Your feeling.
yeah.
All right.
But I've seen both of you guys be vulnerable here, in my
You're right.
opinion.
Then he's right. This is what I'm saying. He's right. See, when you have conversations with people and people when people actually listen, you're saying the same thing because you're not first of all, you're not gonna
It's not
be
the same.
listen
Because
what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying.
This let me look,
You're
this
not
is
gonna
what I'm
be
telling y'all.
first of all, you're not
This
even generally you don't generally
is
be
per
around people. You're not gonna
but see
generally be around people to be vulnerable in the first place.
it's
It's impossible.
it's perception. It's
Oh,
how you view it. If I'm saying that the right people, I'm focused. That's what my perception is. I'm
so
thinking
what
about being around the right people. If you say no because everyone don't deserve it, you're thinking about the people who don't deserve it. I'm not thinking about them. I'm focused on the right people. So as I go out, I'm seeking the right people, and the
you
wrong
don't
people are minimized. But if I'm thinking about the wrong people who don't deserve it, you know what's going to happen? That's what's going to be marginalized.
okay.
I'm gonna see more of the wrong people because that's my perception.
you already see the wrong people. That's why you generally don't like to be around people. So if you don't like to be around people, how are you going to be vulnerable to them?
Who said I'm gonna be vulnerable to them? I said the right people.
You okay?
You still
The
not
right
saying what I'm
people,
saying. You
No,
i.e.,
still
like
not.
his
I'm
wife.
saying I'm listen to what the focus is the right people. So that's like this, right? If it's 1,000 people outside and they got all different color shirts, but I'm only focused on people wearing red shirts, guess what I'm gonna be seeing? The red shirts. All the other shirts go fade out. But if I'm walking out there like all these people got on these different color shirts, they got
okay.
blue. I'm looking at the people who got the wrong shirts on.
We're saying the
I'm gonna
same
miss
thing.
the people who got
Okay,
the right shirts on.
we're saying the same thing.
Why do
I'm gonna
y'all?
use your word.
What does same mean? Let's identify what same mean.
The
What is
same,
same?
the
Huh?
Same
same
means
is,
identical, right?
but the
I'm
same
gonna
is
Uniform.
that you
This
reiterate
guys
is
what.
both
Okay, I'm
are
gonna
only
reiterate
vulnerable
what
to
you
the
said.
people who deserve
it's
it, who
not.
are the right people who deserve it.
That's it.
But
Yeah,
That's
this
it.
is again.
Period.
but
That's
you're
it.
Words create perception. Same
Oh,
is identical. We're not saying the identical things, but we're saying similar things. They're associated.
You're not saying it identical, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing.
It's not the same.
no,
okay.
Same
no, it's
means
not
identical. So if we're not saying the identical, how are we saying the same?
because
How is it the
Because both,
same if it's not
go
identical?
ahead, James.
the word's saying, let's say you got like you're looking for fours and a bunch of numbers, right? And the fours
Hmm.
are the good ones, right? They're the positive people that you want to be vulnerable to, right? And then the other numbers are the negative and bad people. But the word is saying like he's just looking at the fours. He ain't looking at the other numbers. The other numbers are blurred out. It's like when you blur out people's faces in videos. They're just blurred out. You can't see them,
And this is how you form intention.
and that's how you form intention. Yeah.
Okay.
And the same is identical. Similar is
Mhm.
associated. So it's not the same, but it's similar.
But at the end of the day, who are you guys being vulnerable to?
My wife, my family, my friends.
People that deserve it.
Gary?
T-
Hmm.
Say that again, sir. Say that again, please.
But
Say it
but
again.
but the word is focusing on the people who deserve it though. But your perception is you're focusing on the people
Right.
that don't.
You focus on the people who don't deserve it.
Of
That's
it.
why
But
you
how
said
if he
no.
says the people that
Perception,
deserve
Because he
it?
sir.
said no. He does
But
not
he
want to be
followed up
vulnerable.
with,
He said no.
Because
So what?
everybody doesn't deserve it.
But
You
who are you
went
So
to
is
focusing
it?
on when you say no? Who are you truly focusing on? The
So
people that don't deserve it. You're not
so
focusing
who?
on
and
the
he's
ones
saying
that do.
yes to the people that do deserve
Exactly.
it.
James get it.
Yeah,
James
So
get it.
he's saying yes
So
to the people that do deserve it, but he's focusing on the yes people, not the no people.
so let me ask you this. In my statement, who was more significant? The people who deserve it or the people who don't?
The people
From
who
the
do
statement I
deserve it.
made.
I don't know. I literally don't know.
Who did I
People who deserve it.
prioritize? I say it like that. Who did I prioritize? The people who deserve it or the people who don't? See, because you had to ask me a qualifying question to even state that people don't deserve.
but you were
So
the one
who would you?
posing the question, so you
You
already
asked the
had the
question.
answer
You
in your
already knew what
mind.
your intent was.
Yeah, yeah,
No, I had my
exactly.
answer in my mind. I didn't have his answer. I had
But you were
mine.
posing the question, so you already had yours. He didn't.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. The
You
words answer, but not Greg.
But even that, I mean,
Greg answer.
even
I mean, Greg, not
even
Greg.
you know, the question itself is still perception. Who even
But
if
you
you
thought
ask
about the
me something,
question already.
okay?
He
So this is
hadn't.
what he's basically
and the
saying.
way I
This is
felt
what he's
is
saying because I
prioritized.
said
If you
every.
ask me a
So what
question,
he
I'm gonna answer it from my priority. How I
okay?
prioritize things.
Right. You prioritize it by a little bit of people. I prioritize it by everybody.
No, you prioritize about the negative
Oh my
people.
God! I said
Saying
everybody doesn't
no,
deserve it.
saying no,
No,
you don't be
no.
vulnerable. That's That's negative. You focus on the negative people.
James.
You prioritize the negative.
That's
I,
a
Because
I
I
horrible
focus
know
on
thing.
this because
everybody. I didn't
I've
have a
thought about
number.
this. I've deduced all this.
I didn't
I
have a
was
number. He
focusing
has
on the
a number.
positive people.
He has a number. I said everybody.
But focusing on the negative people ain't good for your health.
And then I was asking, how do you like? How do you like it? That was the question. Do you like being vulnerable? That was the question. Do you like it? Right. So I'm
My
asking
question is,
you.
why would someone like it? And Word said, because it feels good. How about you, Gary?
I'm sticking with my answer.
No, no,
No,
no.
So you
But
don't like it.
no,
do you,
because everybody doesn't deserve it. No, it's not.
So,
Wait,
so it's
I'm
not.
sticking
So
with my
now,
original
Commander, do
answer.
you agree it's
Whatever
not
my
the
answer
same now?
was, I'm sticking with
It's
it.
I
if you
asked,
don't
why
like
would
it
someone like being vulnerable?
because you would love being vulnerable because you're gonna surround yourself with the right people to be vulnerable to. You're not gonna surround yourself with the negative people.
I'm surrounded by all kinds of
Because
people.
you're not focusing on the negative people, you're focusing on the right people. It depends on where your focus is and your priority is.
James get it. James get it.
That's wonderful. I'm sticking with my answer. It don't even matter.
Ain't nothing
Well, your
wrong with
answer's
your
not right
answer.
or wrong. I mean, you can have
Right.
your
Eh,
perception, but the
I'm
thing
still.
is though, that negativity is not gonna get you nowhere though. Just saying.
What?
The
He's calling you
negativity
negative. James is
And I'm trying
saying,
to. And I'm trying to
it's not very
understand.
healthy for you, the negativity.
What
Focusing
is
on the
he saying?
negative.
this is
I'm
hilarious.
confused.
Focusing on
I'm
the negative
confused.
is not very healthy for you, just saying.
I'm confused. What you mean?
You're focusing on the negative people, you're putting them was your
I didn't focus.
priority. You're prioritizing the negative people. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that. I didn't focus
Because you're
on
not
no
you're not
type.
happy to be
I didn't.
vulnerable
I
because you're
didn't.
thinking
I
about
didn't.
all the negative people
I
and
didn't
you're
focus on no
prioritizing
type of
them in your
people. I
head.
said everybody, whether it's right or wrong, everybody doesn't deserve my vulnerability. That's neither positive nor negative.
Yeah, but you said
It's a
no
fact. It's
Oh
a fact.
because you was thinking about the
no,
negative people.
he's saying no. That when he thinks of vulnerability, the first like his first thought is something negative. That's what
It's
James is saying.
negative, yeah.
So when we think about being vulnerable, his first thought is like, no, I don't
That's
want to
not.
be
No,
vulnerable
That
that's
because
wasn't my
everyone
negative.
first
doesn't
thought.
deserve it.
It
That
gives you
wasn't my
the
first
ick.
thought because I didn't know what you meant by vulnerability. That's what the first. That was my
But he
question.
explained it
What
though.
But he
do?
explained what he meant
And
by vulnerability.
no, he didn't explain it because he just said, "Do you want to be vulnerable in front of people?"
And then he
That's not an
explained it
explanation.
for people to see your softer side. And then did he say no after that?
I
He
said
said
no
He
no.
said
after
no
that.
after that. He said
I
no
said no
after that.
after that because I still didn't know what that meant.
Well, then
You
you
don't know
should have
what it
asked for
means
more
to show your
clarity.
softer side?
I needed clarity, and I said no, and I said, you know
You should
what?
have asked
No.
for more clarity before expressing no. That would have been the point where you
Okay, you're right.
express more
Okay,
clarity.
All right,
you're
Right?
let me
right.
give you my answer. When I think of vulnerable, it's a yes and a no. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
And that's what I said later on in the conversation. But then I was told I moved the goalpost.
I tell you why I said you moved to go. Why did I say you moved to go?
I don't know why you said it. You said I moved the goalpost, and then I said after that, I may want to be vulnerable for things like love or
Oh
something to
no,
that
I
nature.
said you moved the goalpost because you said
You said the first time you
you
said it
asked the
because I went
question.
from a singular to a majority.
Yeah, and that's why I
Right.
said you moved the goalpost.
And then you said I moved it again. You said it
Because
twice.
you was trying to say, now I wanted you to delineate on that when you were saying, um, can first you say I want to be around negative, and then you start explaining how I can be around negative. And I was saying, nah, that's not the same. Can and want, like because I can do something doesn't mean I want to do
Okay.
We
Stoic
got a
sent a
super
super
chat.
chat.
it. Who?
Start.
He sent a
Start.
20.
Stoic.
Stoic sent an Aussie 20.
A
Hold
what?
on, I can't read it.
An
We got a
Aussie
super chat.
20.
Stoic said, "Y'all had me cracking up. Word and Gary, this past hour, both y'all are vulnerable. Vulnerability will make one defensive.
Arian, what up?
LOL." Gary won. However, remember, word live or remember this is words live. Is that what you're trying to say, Stoic? Let's try to
I
trigger
don't even
Gary.
know.
And
I
word
don't even know
won.
what that means.
Oh, he's saying that a word tried to trigger Gary, and the word
Yeah, I
won.
know what he. And it didn't work.
He didn't try to trigger you.
Tried to
I
trigger
actually didn't
Gary.
try. He did that
I'm in
himself.
hell. Gotta go solo.
Yeah.
Nines.
He
Aw.
did that himself. Because all I was saying, like, it all started because he said it was. I said it's not the same, but it's similar, and that's how it all started.
That's
Yep.
not how it all started. What are you talking about? What?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I
how it
agree. That's
started.
how it all started.
That's how it started, bro. Because
Okay.
look, I'm paused on that part. I play it afterward. All this debacle started after that. Let me play this first.
The key word is consistency, right? Yeah, consistency is hard work. Hard work. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
Here you go, bro. In my bathrobe, doing the thing. Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. The key word is consistency, right?
Keyword
The key word is
consistency
consistency, right?
Consistency.
and crash out.
I can crash out. Yeah, I didn't trigger Gary. Gary triggered himself. I ain't saying that. I
What
just
do
said
you?
it wasn't the same.
How am I triggered? I'm confused.
I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, I'm about to say I didn't know I was triggered. I'm saying y'all right. I'm not triggered. Y'all right.
Huh.
I still think it's the same, but
They right.
they're
No, it's
saying
not
that
the
the
same.
intent is
Commander, it's
different.
not
They're
the
saying the
Similar,
same.
but not the
intent.
same.
Commander is not the same. It's similar.
Similar.
So they're
They're
Thank you.
right.
saying the intent is different. The
Thank you.
focus is
Similar. Thank
different.
you.
They saying it's not the
I
And
might have
same.
to
It's
get
that
similar.
part
together.
is
That's their
similar.
point. So that's what their point is. So they're
Okay,
right.
okay, Commander. Here we go. Right. This is why it's not the same. What is this? Oh. So this is why it's
Commander
not the
did go
same.
up for you.
Same refers to things that are identical in all aspects. Similar indicates that two or more things have likeness or resemblance. I just need y'all to concede on the same and similar aspect
So can I ask a
because it
question?
has to.
What is an identical twin?
What is an identical twin?
Yes.
A similar twin.
That's
An identical twin is identical.
What does that
Don't
mean?
they look the same? They literally look the same. They're identical. Now
Okay.
there are similar twins that share the same DNA, but they don't look.
I never heard of the term similar twin. Never in my life.
Well, take.
I heard of fraternal and identical.
Well, I guess fraternal twins. They, they're. I guess
but
they're.
there's no true identical twin. That's just terminology.
Oh, okay.
There's no true identical twin because
Yeah.
I don't know.
even
I
identical
know
They
two
can't
twins
be
brothers
don't
that
exactly
have
look
the
the same.
same.
the same fingerprint. So even that's used out of context.
Oh,
Okay. So
okay. So they
so
don't have the
blame the
same
world.
fingerprints.
So
The two
blame the
brothers that
world
I know that look the same.
for the wording. I
Cause they
can't
look the
control the wording.
Well,
same.
the world uses
Identical means the
words out of
same.
context all the time, and
I
that's
know.
that's
I'm
the whole
saying
point I be
identical
making.
means the same. So They 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 use the words out of context. So the
Yeah.
point of the matter is, Commander, we cannot use the word same if it's not if it's not identical, if it's not the same. It has to be similar, never the same.
Well,
That's what they're saying.
you have words with context for a reason. If we go just using everything out of context, this is why the world messed up and don't know shit that's going.
I understand that, and that's why I'm saying you're right. I'm not even. I said you're right. I don't. I'm
We know
going.
what your right mean. Your right mean wrong. We already
No,
know.
that ain't what that means. Cause
Yes,
I don't.
you said that.
It means
I,
I'm straight. I'm good.
right. That's what it means.
You
I know what I said, but I also said intent doesn't matter. That's what I said too. Right.
I don't know
This is
about
why
that
I'm
part. I missed
confused.
that one.
I gotta
Yeah,
calm my
he said
brain.
that. He said intent don't matter. Me and him had an argument over that one.
No, he had it. He had that argument. I just went with what he said.
Oh, we had an argument. Come on, Gray.
You had an argument. I asked you a
Oh
question.
man,
Gary, no,
this could have
Gary.
been a whole live stream on its own.
It, it, it was. I thought it was. I thought I did a great job.
This
Yeah,
could
it
have been
was
a whole
going.
live. Oh man, y'all,
I
my
was just
face hurts
saying it should have been
laughing.
like a solo live stream.
It was. It is. It's more than one person on the. Oh,
Well, I'm talking
But
about like it should have been a live stream in of itself
Non-topic.
without anything else. Maybe that's what he's saying.
Oh,
okay,
this
And
is
then
so
why
wasn't
you
he
one
have
saying
to
the
be
word
canny.
that it should have been a live stream in of itself?
one time I was talking to Word about like somebody doing like what was it? It was about karma, but then it really wasn't about karma, but it was kind of about
Hmm.
karma. You remember? And then you were saying it
Uh-huh.
doesn't matter. Like the intent is not bad, but it doesn't matter because like the end result is the what it is. So like if it was, what did we say? It was about like selling substances, right? Selling substances to
Hmm.
people. If I don't
Yeah.
think I'm doing anything bad, then maybe I'm not going to receive the bad karma because I'm not doing anything bad. Because it's not my intent to do something bad, but even though that's the end result. But in that case, intent didn't matter, right?
Well, in that case, like if we like I was hustling, right? So my intent was to make money, right? That's what my intent was. But that doesn't mean what you're doing is bad. If that, I don't know if that answers the question, but even though I didn't, my intent wasn't to hurt people, it was to make money. But I knew what comes from me selling drugs. It hurts people. I know that, and I still do it. So it's hard for me to take that out of intent. But from the hypothetical, my intent ain't to hurt nobody, but I'm hurting people. Then it really don't matter
But wouldn't the
because
responsibility
you
fall on the
can.
person that's purchasing and what they do with it? Like if I'm selling drills, my intent is just to make money because I'm selling a power tool. But what that person does with that power tool is not my business. That's their
But
intent.
the
They could hurt
creation of the
themselves
power
with it.
tool. But you got to think about the creation of the power tool itself. Why was it created?
Well,
It
maybe
was created to
this stuff
help.
was created to help medicate someone.
Now, if you talk about like opioids, right? I can understand that. But then if you still doing something illegal, like you're still participating in something illegal.
So if it was legal, then it'd be okay because it's legal. Because a lot of things are legal that are not
Well,
okay.
not even I use the wrong term, legal. So it's morally wrong to harm, right? We can agree it's morally harm. So if I know this drug harms people and I sell it, it's hard to take the intent from harm away because that's why it was produced. was to harm people. But something like a gun, right? Let's use a gun. If I'm a gunsmith and I'm selling a gun, the gun has the potential to hurt people, but the gun was created to defend people. The gun
Was
was
it?
created to, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
created to.
I,
It was created to hurt
Well, I mean,
people with the excuse of defense,
right.
or
Well,
the,
that's part of defending. I
I
mean,
mean,
that's a byproduct of defense. If I make a spear, it's to protect myself
or to go fishing.
Or to hunt.
or to hunt.
on the
That's
hunt,
this is the conception of guns.
it all depends on what your intent is.
Oh, what if the person's intent was to buy the substance off of you to flush it down the toilet so that someone else wouldn't take it? It's their intent. It's what they do with it that matters. Their morals, whatever they plan to do with
The
it.
What
person that's
matters?
selling the person that's selling the drug, their intent is to make money. They don't care about what the other person's intent is.
Yeah, because I was saying, well, like, what if, yeah, they have to make money because they have to put food on the table and pay for rent or whatever. That's
That's the
all
only.
their focus is. They're not trying to hurt someone. They're just trying to make a living.
Well,
But
They're
that
not trying to.
that's
They're doing it. They're well. If I'm hearing it correctly, I think it's the fact that they're doing it illegally
well,
is the
But
it's
he
like
took illegal out of it though, because
yeah, but what
yeah,
doctors
like
prescribe stuff
even
that's bad
taking
for
the legal
people.
out of you. Now we got to look at what is made for. Like what's the purpose? Like what why the what does the existence consist of?
Well, it's made to help somebody cope. Like if they're gonna take it, it's self-medicate or whatever it is to help themselves.
Heroin?
uh, you, I don't know. Drugs are made for people to cope. At least not
Well,
it,
like
that's what they
drugs as
take it for
far as.
usually.
that's that. Why do people? Okay, so I mean, it's
Well, I'm talking about from the dealer's perspective. From the dealer's perspective, I don't think it's made for people to cope because they add additives in there to get people addicted and stuff. So I don't think their intent is to help people cope.
But so
Their
are
intent is to get people
pharmaceuticals that
addicted
doctors
to that stuff
prescribe
where
every
they're
day.
dependent on it.
the
They come back to
person
the
that's
dealer.
dealing it. Their intent is to make money. That's it.
Well, yeah, but they add these additives so they can continue to make money because they add these additives to make people addicted to it.
So does the same apply to the pharmaceutical companies and the doctors and the insurance companies that help pay for part of it or all of
I'm
it?
not sure. I'm not sure if they add additives or if it's just the way that they alter the stuff that they make in those laboratories that makes it addictive.
Okay, but people
But
are
I've
addicted to
heard. I've
chocolate.
heard.
People are addicted to working out. People are addicted to a lot of things that don't necessarily like that's the person who's addicted, that's their problem. Right?
That's
Like
that's all.
cigarettes,
That's
alcohol.
all I'm saying. Their intent is to make money. That's the dealer's intent. That's it. No matter how you view it, whether it's
The addicted part is like that maybe it makes them feel good and then they're addicted to that.
Maybe.
I
I don't
mean,
know what y'all talking about. I don't know if y'all talking about the dealer or the addict. Like what aspect are we?
both. Well, James is saying that they put something in it to make the person addicted, so
So like even when you talking about like so think about like when we talk about like the drug, not the pharmaceutical people, we can touch on both aspects. But like the person in the street selling street narcotics, illegal narcotics, it, the intent is to make money. Like I said, I hustled. That was my intent. I wasn't thinking about the byproducts of what I was doing, what comes from it. I was thinking about making money. But I'm still engaging in something that I know is immoral, right? Because I know the consequences of the people taking the drug. I know that they're going to get addicted, even though that's not why I'm selling the food, but that's what comes with it. So even the knowledge of our actions have to be taken into consideration because my intent may not to get them hooked and destroy their life, but I know that's what comes with it, with them buying it, purchasing it from me from the get go. Give you this, I know, and I'm kind of betting on that. Am I not? That's how I build a clientele. Is by getting the people addicted to it. So it's hard to take away that aspect from the intent when you selling street narcotics, even pharmaceuticals, because there's documentaries now where people are saying that the pharmaceutical companies, documentaries, all this is allegedly, I ain't saying it's the documentary, but they saying the pharmaceutical companies when they start first producing like Vicodin, they knew it had a high addiction rate and they lied.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They lied because their intent was to make money. They did not care what happened to the people.
Well, even the doctor's intent to help someone, but the medications they come
They
with all
get
kinds
kickback.
of
They
yeah,
get
and they come with
kickback from medication. So their
different
intent,
adverse effects, and people
yeah,
can get addicted even to
and
like
then it's,
yeah.
and they know it's even other, um, like, man, I don't want to talk about that on here. I don't want to get demonetized talking about health shit.
It's
So I ain't gonna
legal,
stare at it.
but don't you think it's kind of like the same? Like whether it's a illegal
Yeah,
street dealer versus a
I
legal,
do.
Hey,
the
Me
Ozzy.
same?
personally,
Hey, buddy.
yeah, one is just
I'm
legal, one
sorry.
ain't.
What up,
Legal
Gary?
doesn't mean moral. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hold on. Shout out to Ozzy. Shout out to Ozzy, man. Appreciate that.
The key word is consistency, right? Yeah, consistency is hard work. Hard work, you know? Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
Here you go, bro. In my bathrobe, doing the thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. The key word is consistency, right?
Key word is consistency, right?
Stoic is saying some stuff in the chat that I don't quite understand. I don't know if he's having a crisis.
I don't know either. I'm reading. I'm trying to understand because I ain't seen none of this before just now.
Stoic said, lots
Oh,
of
you
love to the
crazy?
word.
What's
You
up? I didn't
showed
even
me
know you was here.
something.
I'm sorry.
You showed me
Oh,
something I
what that
couldn't
mean?
see or didn't want to see. I'm going out, but I'm going 9. Take care, everybody. What does that mean, Stoic? You can't just do that to
Yeah,
us.
bro. What that mean? I don't. Hold on, I'm reading. Don't want
He
to.
speaks in riddles.
James is like, take care.
No, he.
nah,
He
no.
speaks in
Nah, bro,
riddles.
don't take care. You gotta stop. You gotta explain yourself.
Okay, going
What?
inside. Yeah, okay, miss y'all, but I'm getting comfortable.
Okay, well,
It's either life or
the
death,
best thing I
or
can.
is that gravity? Gravity and then
Nah,
hope.
If you, bro, I say it like this. At times, I'm, I just say, "Are you crazy? What up, though?" At times like this, bro, this is why you got the 9, bro. I'm gonna just say it like that. You know, go to Discord and hit me up if you got to, bro. We can talk through
yeah,
Discord
that's what I
privately.
was about to say. The same. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
about to
we
say
can
the
talk through
same thing. You
Discord
know
Oh,
what
is
it
it?
is?
privately,
'Cause at
but
the end of the
Oh, did
day,
I totally misunderstand that?
that's the point of putting good people around you, bro. So you ain't never alone, bro. You ain't. I mean, what you
Oh,
always
I
say,
totally
Gary, about being
misunderstood that.
alone? How you put that, Gary? You phrase it so well. You born alone, but that don't mean you
what?
have to live alone.
Oh, you. you may be born alone, you may die alone, but in life, that doesn't mean that you have to live your life alone. That's why you, like as
He
word
sent
is
me
saying,
another
you
super
gather
chat.
yourself. All right, hold on. You got to gather yourself around good people, right? Because if you being spiritual, right, you understand that in this world you're supposed to be surrounded by helpmates, right? Whether it's a girlfriend, a wife, a friend, a family member, whomever, right? You're still in the land of the living, right? Your flesh is in the land of the living. Your spirit is still inside of your body. Your soul is still inside of your body. You do not have to live your life alone. This is why you gravitated to us, right? And we gravitated to you, because when we say a better you is a better us, we literally mean that.
Mean
We
that shit,
try our
bro.
best
We
to
mean that shit.
live that live that on an everyday basis, right? Like me and Word, we may have sound like we was going crazy tonight, right? But at the end of the day, tomorrow we'll pick up the yo, you good? What up though? All right, yeah, let's talk about this,
Just
this,
being an
this, and
annoying
this,
little
right?
brother. That's all I
Right.
was doing. I
And
was just being an annoying little
that's how we are, right? And because you became Stoic 9, you are a part of the 9. We are here to complete whatever steps that you're trying to make. We're trying to help you complete it, because this is the year of the 9. You have, I mean, we want you to embrace us, right? But we can only offer it to you. You gotta want to
Seriously,
embrace
read
that
the super
offer. You
chat.
gotta want to accept that offer. I heard you.
brother.
So whenever you ready, Stoic, we are available. If it's in Discord, we're available. If it's any other way you need to talk to us, we are available. You have to continue to fight. It's, as Word would say, there's a
So, did y'all hear me?
What happened?
major
I don't
battles is
know.
going to win the war. We need you to fight. We are here to help you fight. We are asking you, if you need assistance, we are here for you. That's the best way I could put it. Word might could explain it a little bit better, but I'm telling you, I am here. I am literally here. If you need someone to talk to, I am here. If you need to have a conversation, I am here. If you just need the ear or the shoulder, I am here. This is, you know what I mean? When we say we care, we care. This is not a bullshit tactic. This is how I live my everyday life, right? And it's
Mm-hmm.
possible that you can meet somebody on here that genuinely care. Like I said, a year ago, Word, he asked me to be a part of the crew. I accepted, and for the most part, he has done everything. Everything he's done is to embrace the comfort of those that want to be a part of this. And since you are a part of this, you are welcome to feel the embrace as well.
You
We
get
are
all the
here for
benefits,
you.
homie.
We want the best for you, and that's the best way I could put it.
Yeah, you get all the benefits. You get me. You get me, bro. You got me. You got me, Stove. No pause, bro. No pause. You
Listen,
got me, bro.
you get all of the benefits. You get all of the benefits with the freest thing in the world, love and compassion, right? You
Yeah,
like
bro.
you give so much to us, whether you understand it or not. And
Bro,
I'm not
you
talking
get
about financially. I'm not talking about financially. I'm saying you add so much to a conversation. You add so much to us that we are giving you what you deserve. You're not a burden. You are deserving of all of the love and affection that you are getting at this particular time, at any time that you need it.
I'm about to say this too, bro. If you can, bro, just hit the link out in the live. We can talk right here. We ain't gotta go. We ain't gotta go nowhere. We right here right now. You can hit the link and I end the shit, bro.
Hit the
Wait, who's the
link.
fifth person?
Karen.
Yazi. Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, Ozzy. What's
Hey,
up,
If
Ozzy?
you read the
I
super
ain't
chat,
hey,
it'll
hey,
give you
fellas.
context.
Yeah,
It'll
Word.
give you
Thanks for
got you, King.
Word. Thanks for bringing me up. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
send a super chat.
Word. If
Got
I
you,
had a
King.
Hey, Gary, it's good to see you. Word, if I had a way to contact you privately, I would have to have a conversation about our last interaction, but there's no way to, like, you haven't got Discord, so I thought, what the hell, I'll come up here and talk to you.
It isn't Discord.
Hey?
Yeah, we can talk in Discord.
You in Discord?
Yeah, I thought you was in
You're in my
Discord.
Discord, ain't you?
No, you told me last time you didn't have one.
No, bro, I thought you was in the Discord.
I could have sworn he was in
No,
Discord.
Oh, Blackout
no.
is in there. Oh, he
Oh,
ain't
that's
in there.
Blackout then. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
Carrie, you is
yeah.
in.
No,
I'm
it
looking
was
at you right
Kieran because
here.
Kieran said BDB would talk to him in there. I remember.
Yeah,
Right.
you in
No,
Discord, bro. I'm looking at you right here.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, sorry, man. Look, I just wanted to, well, since we're here, maybe I could just address the last time that we interacted when things went a bit sideways. I felt a bit hurt, to tell you the truth, when you guys did a review of our conversation and kind of kicked the shit out of me a little bit. And I didn't think I quite deserved that level of what's the word? Retribution?
Well, you deserved it from me. I don't know about Word, but
Yeah, I don't think I actually did, to tell you the truth, Commander. I think that conversation went sideways for reasons that didn't really have anything to do with me. I think, I mean, fair enough. I think maybe, look, I was probably a little bit, I'd had a few beers and I was probably a little bit more direct and a little bit less nuanced than I could have been. But I don't think I really said anything that was specifically worthy of, like, when you reviewed the channel, you said, any respect I had for Kieran is now gone and fuck that guy. And I kind of thought that was a
yeah, and
little
I
bit
mean
harsh, to
that.
tell you
Fuck
the truth.
you.
Okay,
I mean that.
I know where we
Yeah.
stand. I just come up to find
Yeah,
out.
because you know what you
Yeah,
said to me? You said that I shouldn't exploit my voice and I shouldn't blame men for being retarded.
I
So
didn't.
yeah,
Yeah,
fuck you.
that was a little bit. That was a little bit crude, but I didn't really mean you. Now, fair enough. I understand how you took that. That's fair enough. I didn't really. I wasn't speaking about you. It sounded like it. Fair enough. I meant the kind of general you. And it may sound like I'm backtracking. I'm really not.
Okay, so do
I,
you think that I generally exploit my voice and
I
blame
never,
men?
I never said you did. I never
Well, you
said you
just
did.
said that generally that's
Yeah,
you just said
the general.
generally, my general self.
No, no. The use of the word "you" in a general sense, like you shouldn't drink and drive. That's not about you. That's about the you
But
that speaks about people.
the topic was about me.
I know. I mixed up the two by mistake. I didn't mean to do that,
And it's
Commander.
my voice.
And I will
That was the
apologise.
topic.
I will apologise for making it confusing. That was bad on my part. I honestly didn't mean to target you individually. I was trying to make an example that was here right now, like in the chat or on the panel. And yes, I set up a situation where you could feel personally like I was coming after you, but I really wasn't.
So you were just coming after all women? All women with a cute voice?
Oh, look, Commander, I do have a bee in my bonnet about the current narrative in society, which is that women are wonderful and men are shit. I do have a bee in my bonnet about that, yes. And it
But
sometimes
that's not
creeps
what
out.
I feel.
I know that, and that's why I'm apologising, because I made it confusing so that you felt attacked. I did not mean to do that.
I think when people, like you said, you were drinking, and that's like usually when people's like they lose their inhibitions. That's when they speak the most truth. That's what comes out when they're drinking. Like their true self comes out. They have no filter.
I wouldn't call it a true self. I think it's it's true they lose their inhibitions and they will say things that they've been harbouring inside. But the alcohol also creates this weird context where it punches holes in people's logic. So if you try to reason with a drunk person, it's so confusing because they say some things that make sense and some things that are really confusing, and you find yourself feeling kind of gaslit. Neither party's trying to do that. but that's kind of where you end up. So I wouldn't take what a drunk person says too seriously, but at the same time, there will be some truth in there.
How
It's
much okay, so are you being drunk? Is that like most of the time? How can I tell when you're drunk? Like, would you say 50% or 80% of the time you're on panel here, you've been drinking? What would you
I'll
say
be
the
honest,
percentage is?
I drink a fair bit, and there's many times on panel where I've been drinking in various degrees. Yeah.
Hmm.
And the
Okay.
really confusing part I've learned from experience is when I start off drinking a little bit and it's kind of cohesive and things are going well and all of that, and then there's more alcohol, it kind of slides into this bizarre world where there's half reason, half emotion, some sense, nonsense, and it's really not fair on the
I would
people who are
agree with
listening.
that.
Yeah, because the people who are listening have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I
Okay,
would
y'all
agree
got
with
that.
that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I want to ask. So, like, from my part, I don't. I'm just asking for clarity because I always allow people to express themselves, especially people close to me, to get their understanding. And I don't. I don't know. Maybe like how you just said. The way you projected, it was perceived a different way. I don't. I ragged on you, bro.
Sorry,
Or
was
was
that the
it more?
question? I'm
Well,
not quite
yeah,
sure what you were
like
saying.
if you like you said like the last like when we reviewed it, you said we, but you only
Oh, so,
stated
no,
uh,
sorry, bro. I guess because you were the owner of the panel, I sort of felt that. Look. I felt like Commander had a really bad go. Actually, to tell you the truth, no, I didn't feel like you ragged on me at all. I didn't. But I did feel like Commander did, and I felt a bit, what the fuck? But it was your channel, so I kind of felt okay. And also I lost my wrench in the chat, so I figured that you
I was just
were
looking.
kind of.
I don't know why I didn't take your. That's why I
Karen,
was looking like, is he on another
did you
channel?
Karen, did you feel like words should have stopped me or words should have like defended you or something like that?
No. I just felt that the fact that he let it slide was kind of meant he kind of agreed, and it was like fair enough.
That
And
he let me go on and say the things I said?
um,
Because he let you go on and say
That's
a lot of
fair. I
things.
mean, it's just
A
no, it's
lot
fair.
of
like
It's
things
I
fair.
mean, your
all the
feelings.
No, it's
time.
fair.
Your feelings don't. My intent don't trump your feelings, as Gary would say. So no, feel free. Just like I let Commander. Like people. This is just me. I am not. I try to be transparent as possible. I am
Sure,
fucking
sure.
biased to people I like, and I love fucking Commander. And I wanted her to express, the way she felt because when she originally said it, I'm like, I didn't know how she felt, until she said something in the chat, and I'm like, damn. And then she came on and clarified it because I looked at it as uh Ozzy just being Ozzy, like Ozzy is misogynistic at times. Like he don't care how, it's just his viewpoint, the way he looks. And if you listen to one part, like I didn't hear the part when you were saying about the kid's voice. I didn't hear that part. So when I played it, I was like, damn, that did go. So a lot of what she was saying was is just how she felt, And
That's really fair enough, Word. And you've also given me an opportunity to respond. I really appreciate and respect that.
yeah,
That's
it,
yeah. No, it's cool.
it's about, even about me, bro. Like I mean, because now I'm understanding, because I'm not gonna lie, I didn't look at it. Well, I like when it comes to Commander, when it comes to the nine, I'm gonna be biased. I tell people that.
That's fair enough. That's fair
I'm
enough.
gonna that's like family, bro. Like if I disagree with something they do, I'm not gonna do it online. I'm gonna talk to them afterwards, right? That's just how I am. Like if Stoic did something, I'm not gonna say nothing to him. I'm gonna say something to him after. If Gary did something I ain't like, I'm not gonna say nothing to him publicly. I'm gonna say something after. I'm always just like my family, bro. If they wrong or right, I'm going into the fight with them. After the fight, then I'm gonna kick their ass. You know, that's how I am. That's just my
That's cool.
personality, right? Like that's just my personality. So like if somebody was to come over here and got on you, I don't know, fuck them. But if you did wrong afterwards, and be like, hey, bro, you know that you tripping, man. You know what I'm
No, it's a
saying?
fair call. I think the main thing that surprised me
Hello.
was that I think the main thing that
It
surprised me
ain't.
was that sorry, bro. My kind of persona on your channel has, you know, like I tend to bring the hot sauce. We have a bit of fun and we play. And I think what happened was, and Commander, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think what happened was I was doing the usual thing I was doing, and then you felt probably fairly that I made it personal about you, and then that's when it went sideways. And like I said, I've apologized a couple of times already. I didn't mean to make you feel like I was making it personal.
But even if you didn't make it personal about me, even generalizing, because I said as a child, dealing with unscrupulous people as a child, and what fault does a child have? What could a
Yeah, I
child
know.
possibly do to deserve that? And what you said was, no, I understand because you have a cute voice, right? And
Yeah, because
people,
that Commander, that confused me because I wasn't talking about children at all, and that kind of threw me sideways. I thought, hang on a minute, when did children come up? I wasn't even talking about that at all.
no,
And
I
so that
was. I
I
brought it up
know,
a
but
couple of times as a child. I said I've been dealing with unscrupulous men. And that doesn't mean all men, just the unscrupulous
no, fair
ones.
enough.
And
No,
as a
fair enough.
child, what does a child do to deserve that?
And I've got
And
plenty
you
of
said you could
experience.
understand why because of my cute voice.
That was a mistake on my part. That was the wrong thing to say.
Yeah, it was.
That's
Mm.
I think too. Um, like this is just internet stuff, right? I think sometimes when we talk about certain type of topics, like I'm gonna use myself for an example. When I was younger, I got physically, my stepdad used to abuse me, right? So when I
That's
hear
right.
people make jokes about that, like how, you know, beating kids and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to use the word trigger, but it can, you know. So a lot of these topics, like when we talking about like abuse and the way people are treated, people, you know what I'm saying? That can trigger things in people, or
Yeah,
um,
yeah, I hear you. Word, I hear you. You know, I've had my fair share of, you know, my fair share of experience as a young fella that I could probably live without. And from my part, I feel I've come through the other side, so I don't get triggered by, like, the same way we make jokes about race, we make jokes about inappropriate things. I'm at a point now where people can make jokes about the worst things in my life, and I hold them in the same level. I, it's just me though, and so that might come
yeah,
across as a bit crude and like a bit insensitive. But anyone can make a joke about any bad thing that happened in my life. I'll come back and make a joke about. I'll make one back to. So
And that
I
was
don't
my
mean to
whole
come.
point too, because I didn't complain or want to kick that guy off or my what I said was I just was bringing awareness to that. Maybe somebody in a different place, if it was someone not like me, that I'm in a different place, it maybe would affect them. Someone like
mm,
Well, it brings
Crucible
up the.
doing that.
Well,
It's
that
just to
brings up the
bring
question.
awareness.
No, it's fair enough. I think it does bring up the question of whether trigger warnings are appropriate. You know, like I don't want to move to be too philosophical because we're having a good conversation to sort out what happened the other night. But like for example, should there be trigger warnings at a comedy show? I I would prefer not. Because one of the best things about a comedy show is when you find yourself laughing at things that you're kind of going, holy crap, I'm laughing, but this is horrible. it kind of brings something out of you that helps you to shed.
And
It
I
kind of helps you to
laughed,
shed.
but word cut him off when it was he was just going on and going too far. So word cut him off
That's
and
fair
told
enough too.
him, right? He gave him a warning at first.
And like this is, as a content creator, this is what I had to learn. Like I know where I'm in a good space where people can say stuff, and it don't bother me. But as a content creator, I'm not only responsible for how I feel, but it's people in my chat that come in for a show, and I gotta take how they feel into account too. So like, even
Sure.
when people was like, "Can I make a racist joke?" I can laugh about it, right? I can be like, okay, let it roll over my shoulder and not affect me at all. I can see it as a joke, but that don't mean the people watching me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm responsible for what I give them too. And that can be disrespectful, even if it's only for one person. You know what I'm saying? Like, so as a content creator, I had to learn how to think like that, because branding and especially marketing myself as someone, as I'm self-developing. I mean, we joke around and have fun, but ultimately it's still a brand, and the people who come here, a lot of them, like Didi, for instance. Didi don't bother nobody. She's a sweet girl, and she deserves all the respect that she commands. And if I can help it, I'm gonna make sure when she over here, she gets that. And something I may laugh about, she may find offensive. So I'm responsible because she been here since day one. So that's one that, like, so when a lot of stuff happen up here, I always state that's one person I always think like, okay, let me make sure Dee straight. Make sure she comfortable, because that's what I promote this area as.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. I've got an internet friend, a lady of older years who I interact with quite often. She's from my home country, and I always make sure that we give her the respect that she deserves as a matriarch. And then every now and then she'll just say the most the most offensive thing, and I go, holy crap! I'm trying to. It's complicated. It's complicated,
Yeah, so
guys.
you have respect for elder women, matriarchs
Yes,
from your country.
yes, I do.
Let me show Stoic some love. I don't miss 2 super chat.
Oh, sure.
The key word is consistency, right? Yeah, consistency is hard work. Hard work. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
Here you go, bro. In my bathrobe, doing the thing. Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. The key word is consistency, right?
This is a good conversation. I think this is how great display of conflict resolution. I know. I see you will. And my daughter just woke up. Oh, come on now. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. I know. You got the dog and the baby up. They both fighting. I can't even sit down, huh? I can't sit down. Nope, you better not jump up here. Move. No, don't jump on my
Okay,
baby neither. Come on now.
I'm gonna drop down. Good night, night.
They josh you for position.
Commander, before you go, are we good?
Well, I'll say this: whenever you're on panel, I won't be on panel. I'll be in the chat.
So we're not good.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's words. Yeah,
I
because
gotcha.
to me,
Well,
it's not only been one thing. It's like I'm already
I don't
seeing
want.
who I
Yeah.
think you are, who I perceive you to be,
Yeah. Well, I
and
don't want to
so
interrupt. I don't want to interrupt the 9. If me coming up makes you go away, I won't come up. I'll just leave
well,
you to it.
I'm already on panel less. So
That's okay. That's okay. I
and
just won't come up.
I gave my 2-week notice like a week and a half ago, I think, because my schedule's gonna change. So like I
Oh,
said,
okay.
that's up to word. It's up to word. But yeah, I'm straight.
Okay, well,
Yeah, but
I'll
I
do this.
appreciate your attempt. But sometimes when you just gotta make a choice.
That's
Sometimes
cool.
it's
If I
best
see,
not to
no, it's cool.
engage.
It's cool. If I see you on, I won't come up. Okay, I'll do that.
Sounds good. Sounds good,
There we
Karen.
go.
All right. Good night, James. Word.
All
Peace
right.
out. 9. Chat. Chat.
Good one.
Have a great one, Commander.
And I think this too. I think time time tells stories, and it's people who I didn't think I would talk to that I talked to. So I just think I just say time, but I don't think that's Commander. She already said I know how Commander is. She never said don't let Ozzy up or don't even in that sense. She's just stating how she feels. Um, so I wouldn't omit myself. Rob, what up though? Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think you disturb it. And then y'all gotta understand it too. That's what happens in life. You have a misunderstanding, then time goes by, and then you get a better understanding. You know, we don't know each other. But just the way y'all communicated now is is in a place where I think things you never know how things be a month or two or down the road. I know, baby. Where's the Bubba? Oh, you brought it out too. Didn't I do your hair before you went to sleep? Come here. Want to say hi? Want to say hi? I don't know, Mama. Say hi. I don't want to say hi. Okay. Yeah. You ready to go to bed? Okay. Dang, bro. Why you just kicking everything? Wake up like your mama. All right, let me get this little munchkin in bed. But so I'm definitely I'm gonna reach out to you tomorrow through the Discord, bro. Definitely gonna reach out. Um, but yeah, y'all still there? We still here?
I'm still here.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah, word. It sounds like you have some in real life things to take care of, brother.
oh bro, man, if you know what I'm getting ready. My cousin memorial this weekend. I got other things around the house trying to I gotta take care of stuff around here, my business. I'm trying to oh my god, bro. I got so much on my plate right now. So much.
Well, well, that's better than a empty plate, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, no one with the first. I'd rather have that problem than not having nothing to eat at all. So
I know it's awesome. That's awesome. So, brother, thank you for bringing me up. I appreciate it. Thank you for giving me a chance to say my piece. And
oh for sure, bro.
yeah, thank you, man. I'll talk to you next time.
All right, man. All right.
Yeah, have a great one, Karen. I just had to
Hey,
step away for
James.
a minute.
Yeah, James. Good to see you. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you both soon. Take care.
All right, you as well.
And so I'm gonna definitely I know it's a time difference, but as soon as I get up tomorrow, you'll probably be asleep. But I'll ask my wife because she know the Australian time. But I'm gonna definitely, hit me up
Uh,
before you go to work.
what time
If
zone
I
are
don't
you
hit you
on? I
first,
could
I'm in Michigan.
Michigan. It's shoot, that's Central time zone, ain't it?
Man, no, I can't even think right now. I was about to say
Because
the
it's 14
Midwest
hours
time zone.
ahead based on East Coast. So
Yeah, I'm on the same time as New York.
there's New York.
Yeah,
So you're on East Coast time. So it's 14 hours ahead of your time then, because I'm on East Coast.
yeah.
'Cause
14 head,
UK is
yeah.
like 7 hours ahead, and they're 14 hours ahead in Aussie land.
Yeah, they be in the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even think right now. I just know I gotta make a bottle. But yeah, Gary, I always have fun talking with you, bro. I'm like, I just gotta fuck with him, bro. I got to. If I don't fuck with him, then he don't think I care. So I gotta fuck with Gary. Gotta fuck with him. Um, but yeah, hit the like for word. Appreciate that, Rob. Appreciate you. I see you, my brother. Stoic. Appreciate you, fam. And look, bro. If you can't reach me, you definitely got Gary. If you can't reach Gary, then you got me. But don't look, we're both you have both of us at the same time. Stop playing. Stop playing, Stoic.
Well, Star can reach out to me too. I'm on
You got
Discord.
James too, bro. Look, you ain't in this alone, bro.
You ain't in
This
this
is the
alone,
whole
Star.
reason, bro. This is the whole reason I created the nine. We ain't alone. We got nine. Bro. We got one another, bro. I fucks with Gary all the time. But I don't care if it's something tickling my mind, if it's something I feel. I pick with Gary all the time, bro. Like, no, you gonna take it. And I don't really recall Gary calling me like, hey, but he know if he had to, I'm available. But that's what family is, bro, and that's what we building over here. It's family, man. So I mean, it ain't just for the good times. It's especially for the bad times. We just enjoy the good times, bro. But we here for the bad time. That's why we have the good time. So nah, you ain't alone, bro. You ain't alone. You ain't out there in the wilderness, bro. So definitely don't ever feel like you can't reach out. If you got Instagram, let me know. Because you can follow us on Instagram. We'll make a group out of that. So if you ever need to talk, you have us available there. But let me get my butt to sleep. My daughter up and yeah, I'm gonna get in trouble in a minute. But man, it's fucking raining. My motherfucking head is banging. But y'all know what I always say: care about how you feel. These are conversations to build nations. If I say anything that resonated with you, do me a favor, hit that share button. Tell somebody, help me spread the word. But until next time, we
And do it for the nine.
What up, Nine?
Acknowledge me!
They've been telling y'all love, and I can't even tell y'all right. The way you feel influences the way you think, and the way you think dictates the actions you take.
You there, sitting at home, acknowledge me.
When I move, is it a quick rumble? I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.